Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. And so we are going to look at the issue of 1 John 5:7, and we're asking the question, is Codex Montfortianus Codex Britannicus? And so if you don't understand any of that, we'll explain it. We'll give you the answer at the beginning. We'll define our terms, and so you can follow along with us. Now, I was recently involved with a video. So I was interviewed on Truth is Christ channel. And I was there with a few others. And we had a great time. We talked for, I think it was about 3 or 4 hours about 1 John 5:7. It was recorded. It was slightly edited just to cut out the little rough bits. And it's an informative video because we have Mike Ferrando, who's written The Witness of God is Greater. We've got Joey Foss. We've got Mike Holner. We've got Ante. And so this is Brandon's program, and he has Stephen and Lotan on there. So they invited us to come on, speak about the Commuhanium, and I was able to share a bit of information. Now, one claim that I made on that program was that Codex Montfortianus is not Codex Britannicus. And I guess, for the uninitiated, this would go over their head. But I really want to dig into that. Now, this morning, I actually thought that I wouldn't do a video, I would do a study into this. And I thought, well, why not just do the study live? And so I thought, well, people would be more interested in that. If I look into this information, go and read a whole bunch of blogs. And sometimes, too, it pushes me to read things to the nth degree, because I know people start getting interested and they want to hear the end of something. So I usually would skip through things where I'll read everything, and it actually makes me study more. I guess it's like having someone over your shoulder watching. But I really want to address this issue now. I'm just going to get up a few pages here. So, I would encourage you guys to go and watch this video. Now, of course, I'm encouraging you to watch it later. So 1 John 5:7. So yes, I'll just pull that down. And I'll shut that page actually, because I know I have bandwidth issues. And speaking of that, I better shut down a few things on my computer. But what we're going to do, we're just going to start from the beginning with Codex Montfortianus and Codex Britannicus, because people claim that these are the same manuscript. Okay, and we want to examine the claims of Erasmus. What did he say about this manuscript? And we also want to look at the claims of Adam Clarke. He said that this manuscript was dated to 1200 and something. So we're going to look at his claims. And I don't want to throw Montfortianus under the bus either. I think it is a secondary witness for the Commuhanium. Now, what I will do, I think I'll start with this article here. Actually, no, I'm going to start with Wikipedia. Okay, Montfortianus, because this will give us the general consensus. And the general consensus is believed by most people, in a sense where most Christians would believe what Wikipedia is saying on Codex Montfortianus. I'll just type in Codex. And unfortunately, most TR people would just believe exactly what's spoken about Codex Montfortianus. I think it's 061, or just 61, minuscule 61. Yes, Codex Montfortianus, there we go. Okay. So I'll just read through this. So this will give you a general description. Now, I might skip over some of the things related to other issues. But Codex Montfortianus, also known as Minuscule 6.1, is a Greek minuscule manuscript of the New Testament written on paper. It is designated by 6.1 in the Gregory Aland numbering of the New Testament manuscripts and Velta 603 in the von Soden numbering of the New Testament manuscripts. Biblical scholar Erasmus, listen, it's a claim. Biblical scholar Erasmus named it Codex Britannicus. Okay, so this is the claim. This is basically the fulcrum or the turning point where people, they read what Erasmus said. Erasmus says, I have the Comma Johanneum in a codex called Codex Britannicus. It's from the UK. He spent a lot of time in England. He knew King Henry VIII. He knew lots of people in England, lots of scholars, and he's saying he has this Codex Britannicus. And so what I am claiming is that Codex Montfortianus is not Codex Britannicus. That Codex Britannicus has been lost to history. And what they've done is they've gotten Codex Montfortianus and said, well, this is the one Erasmus used. And this is also one that was made on order. So Erasmus is like, well, my first two editions, I haven't seen the Comma Johanneum in the manuscripts. And we know that. We know if we look at Greek manuscripts today, we're like, well, the Byzantine guys sort of messed this up. Like they also messed the Septuagint up a lot. They also didn't think that the Book of Revelation was part of the canon for quite a long time. And so Erasmus knew of these issues in the churches. And so he wasn't just like, I'm just Byzantine, because he knew that they had issues. So he was searching for this and he found it. Now, the story is that this manuscript was made to order and it was just hot off the press, given to him. And he reluctantly went, oh, well, I've sort of put this promise out there and now I have to fulfill that promise. And that's the end of the story. So the Comma Johanneum enters into the editions of Erasmus in his third edition because his first and second edition don't have it. Then it enters into his third because of this manuscript that came hot off the press. Now, even if you look at the sidebar here, it says Codex Montfortianus, text, New Testament, date 1520. Every time I see that, I laugh. I can't help myself because it's like, looking up something to do with evolution that's ridiculous and they're dating it to, a million years old or whatever. And you're just like, that date is so wrong. But because it's become consensus, people just don't question it. They just go, well, and that they'll do a study on this and they'll go to Wikipedia and they'll go, well, it was made in 1520. Why would Erasmus use that? And then it just makes Erasmus look dumb. It makes the Textus Receptus look stupid. And so, the rest is history. But is this real? Is this true? What I'm finding is the critical text, the common arguments in the critical text camp are easily debunked. I guess it's a bit like, all you have to do is just start questioning things. It's a bit like questioning, what's happened in the last, 5 years with the medical establishment and them trying to, shove certain products up your arm. People have begun to question that. Now, I've always questioned the psychiatric industry and I'm pretty much against it. And I believe it's complete quackery, so, people getting diagnosed with all certain things, but that's my own personal opinion, but when you have that mindset, you're looking for that. It's a bit like knowing that, say, for example, knowing that, America declared war on Iraq not because of weapons of mass destruction. They knew that weapons of mass destruction was just a reason to get in there. It's for, that there's other reasons for the supporting of the petrodollar, supporting of the military industrial complex, for Dick Cheney, for George Bush, for Boeing, for GE, for it's for all that, and after the fact you look back and go, oh yeah, that's what happened. Now if you just have followed mainstream news, you probably won't know all that, and you gleefully going along going, well, the Americans just went in there because Saddam Hussein's a baddie, he's a bad guy, sort of thing. And when you start questioning what the critical text guys say about manuscripts, and especially the big claims that they make, so they make massive claims that Erasmus, he used this text of Revelation, and apparently this guy called Franz Delitzsch, he found this manuscript that Erasmus used, but it differs so much from Erasmus's text that they conclude that Erasmus made all these mistakes and just back translated from the Latin everywhere. Where Erasmus said he back translated from the Latin in one tiny place and said he did it in a few words. And it was Revelation chapter 22, verse 19. And he said he saw homoioteuton there, which is when you have similar endings. If you're reading through and it has the at the end of the line, and then you read through the next one, it has the at the end of the line, you might, if you're a scribe, you might skip a line. You might skip a few words. He said it was a few words. So this manuscript that they found had the last page of Revelation missing. So they've said, oh, he actually back translated 136 words. And so it's like, oh, well, that goes against what Erasmus said. That goes against all the scholarship of that age, who, scholars who knew Erasmus, Reuchlin, who lent him that document. He could have easily just said, hey, hang on, Erasmus, you said you only amended a few words here. That's a lie. He could have just written Erasmus off. But no one did until Franz Delitzsch, it was like 1840 or something, was like, I found a manuscript. I think this is the one Erasmus used. And so he's just proclaimed it. And then people are like, look at all the mistakes Erasmus made. What an idiot. Get rid of the Textus Receptus. So this is the grounding for people to demonize Erasmus, to get rid of the Textus Receptus. And I think it's ridiculous, but the more that I look into it, the more I'm like, these claims, why isn't anyone questioning these major claims? Because sometimes too, you even see groups like the Trinitarian Bible Society, as they do a lot of really, really good work. Don't get me wrong, but they should be questioning these major things. Instead, what we see is people just adopting everything from the critical text camp. And so this issue with Codex Montfortianus, I believe that this is something that is going to change the whole. This is going to be a paradigm shift. People's thinking are going to change due to understanding that Codex Montfortianus is not Codex Britannicus. And I believe I'm going to prove that today. And so I'll keep reading through this. So its completion is dated on the basis of its textual affinities to no earlier than the second decade of the 16th century. So, like, I always laugh. I'm just like, okay, how do they get that? Look, Grantley MacDonald, he's the expert. Grantley MacDonald, he sometimes comes on the Textus Receptus Academy, and he's from my hometown. He's a Melbourne boy, and he's my age, so I sort of feel like I know who this guy would be. And yeah, we chat and stuff, but he's an atheist. He believes Christianity is as dangerous as radical Islam. He says all religions are dangerous, and he's supported by Henk de Jong to write a book against the Communianian. I mean, why do they get these guys who are just not even remotely, at least get someone who's religious? You know what I mean? This guy's like, he's atheist and anti-Christianity, and they get him to write a book on the comma. So he's not going to have any biases. But it's funny because they get Tommy Wasserman, he's bad enough, liberal, and they get him and Jennifer Knust together. Like, she's like Bart Ehrman on steroids, but the female version. And it's like, they get them to do the book on To Cast the First Stone, about the whole story of the Principe Adulteri, the woman caught in adultery. Why are they getting these weirdos to do this? And why are we accepting that? We shouldn't accept that. We should be having Orthodox people to do our studies. I'm not saying that, someone who's an atheist or a Muslim or Jehovah's Witness, I'm not saying they can't point out stats and facts and figures, but we've just got to be careful because we've seen so much in the past that has been proven to be fake, fraud. We're just got to be careful of just swallowing whatever the Academy dishes up. So it says here, this manuscript is famous for including the unique version of the Communianium. It has marginal notes, marginalia. So this is the manuscript that I remember James White went to Dublin. He went to Trinity College, beautiful college. I might even get a picture of this. This is the most amazing place. I'd love to go here. When I saw James White went there, I was like, man, I'm jealous. Not just because it's Montfortianus. You can look at that online, but if you look at the architecture of this place, it is just stunning. Check this picture out. So this is the long room, the reading room. If my bandwidth can last. So that is Trinity College in Dublin. Like, check that out. It's 2 stories of wall-to-wall books, just old school books. It's just incredible. So I'll just shut that down. But so this manuscript is a codex. I'll spare you the boring references. Has Eusebian canons, has the Gospels, Pauline epistles, Acts, general epistles, and Revelation. I kind of like it being called the general epistles, though. Pauline epistles. Category 3 manuscripts are described as having a small but negligible. It's too early. Proportion of early readings. I can say it on a normal day, trust me. With a considerable encroachment of Byzantine readings and significant readings from other sources as yet unidentified. So that's Kurt Alan. Do we trust what he's got to say? In the Book of Revelation, its text belongs to the Byzantine text type with a large number of unique textual variants. In a close relationship to Uncial 047, so it's called Codex Vaticanus 2026. So it's not Codex Vaticanus, the one that we talk about. It's a different one. There's a whole handful of manuscripts that are called for Codex Vaticanus something. And so some of them are just Byzantine as well. But this looks like an Uncial. And Minuscule 69. Okay, so that's Codex Leicester. So it has some affinity to that in Revelation, apparently. In the Gospels, it is close to manuscripts 56 and 58. And in the Acts and Epistles to 326, marginal readings in the first hand of Revelation are clearly derived from the 1516 edition of Erasmus. So someone's claiming that. Okay, it's Grantley McDonald, that atheist guy again. So he's claiming marginal readings in the first hand of Revelation are clearly derived from the 1516 edition of Erasmus. Okay, so that's a claim that he's making. That's on page 282. So I just so happen to have this document ready. So yeah, if you've just joined us, I'm doing a study. I'm just going through this. In a sense, I was going to do a study offline, but I thought I may as well do it online because it does make me study more. It helps me to be more thorough, and some people really enjoy when I do these type of studies. So So 282 and 319. 282 and 319. Let's have a look. So let's go to 282. Okay, it's a little bit off with that one. 282. There we go. Let's make that bigger. Okay, such is the background to Dobbin's work on Montfortianus. His collation of the Codex permitted him to conclude that the manuscript was written by 3 or 4 different scribes, and the Gospels were copied from GA 56 and 58, and Acts and the Epistles from GA 326. On the evidence, he dated Montfortianus confidently to the 16th century. So this is Dobbin. Okay, so who is Dobbin? Okay, so he mentions Dobbin. Okay, so a similar opposition to the confessional bias may be observed elsewhere in Dobbin's work. In his work against Strauss, he had been careful to avoid partisan arguments that might give offense to any body of religionists, believing that our common Christianity is equally dear to all. After serving for some time as a Protestant minister, he addressed John Woodhouse in a plea for tolerance towards our fellow subjects in Ireland who profess the Roman Catholic religion, 1866. So this guy, this is many, many years later, and this is after Montfortianus has been labeled as Codex Britannicus. Okay. So I'm just sort of looking who Dobbin is. Dobbin describes the Catholic Irish peasantry in stirring terms. So he's saying the Irish are some of them are saved, etc. So I just wanted to see who Dobbin was and what year he was in. So it says, regarding the Johannine comma, which he considered neither genuine nor of any importance in dogmatical theology, and whose Greek expression manifestly betrays a translation from the Latin, the usual sort of story, Dobbin continued, by this single testimony, the verse must stand or fall. It is wanting in the Lincoln College Codex, GA 326. Therefore, its presence in Montfortianus manuscript is an arbitrary and unauthorized interpolation. So he said, well, they copied this manuscript, and because this manuscript doesn't have the comma, so this one doesn't matter. So this is the amazing thing. You find, you're like, okay, here's evidence for the comma. But then it's like, well, no, they copied it from this manuscript. But usually, so you have to go and look at all these manuscripts and look at them side by side, and you're like, hang on. Like I haven't done that with Lincoln College Codex GA 326, but I can almost guarantee you that I will find differences everywhere. It's like with Codex Ottobonianus. People say, well, it's just translated from the Latin. It's got a Latin text right next to it. That's just a Latin text. And it's like, okay, let's just go back let's look at a few verses that aren't there in the Latin, but they're in the Greek, or they're in the Greek and they're not in the Latin. How can they be the same manuscript if they have these differences? Well, let's not let those pesky facts get in the way of a good story. We've got a good story here. It's just like that they just have but they can't give any ground. You know what I mean? It's like Codex Ottobonianus can't be evidence for the comma because there's Latin right there. And our story is it all comes from the Latin, so that one comes from the Latin too. And it's like, well, okay, well, let's look at let's see if this happens in other verses. Oh, the manuscript itself proves that they didn't do that. Well, they did it here. And it's like, okay, but the evidence is showing differently. But they just move on from there. Let's just move on to another manuscript. I've already proven my point, just be quiet, And it's like, no, you haven't proven anything. You've just made something up out of thin air. You've made a claim, and then it's getting parroted around the place, and people just go, well, Codex Ottobonianus doesn't really have the comma. So here they're saying Codex Montfortianus, because of this other manuscript, that it's arbitrary and an unauthorized interpolation. So Dobbin asserted, and so I'm reading the writings of an atheist here who thinks Christianity is as dangerous as Al-Qaeda. Okay, that's what he says in the beginning of this book on the comma. If you just read the introduction, that's what he says. You know, I've read this many years ago. Dobbin asserted, though without tendering any particular proof, that the epistles in Montfortianus were written before the Erasmian controversy began. On this basis, he found no reason to conclude that the scribe had mischievous motives in inserting the comma. Okay, so this is the other side of what Dobbin's saying. So he's saying he doesn't believe the general narrative that Montfortianus was just, you know, made to order sort of thing. Let a moderate share of Greek scholarship be combined with a high veneration for the Latin Vulgate and a desire to complete what is evidently a tentative text throughout, one designed for private edification and not for sale, and this supposition meets all the phenomena of the case, the existence of the reading of our Codex is accounted for, and the fair name of the author is tarnished. Dobbin's exoneration of the scribes has not been universally accepted. Franciscan historian A.G. Liddell characterized the production of the manuscript as a disreputable episode. So people are against him on this one point. Dobbin also disposed of many of the other claims made about Montfortianus that we're going to look into. He refuted that the opinions of Adam Clarke and Thomas Burgess, who had claimed a great antiquity for the Codex on the basis of its script, he also dismissed their argument that the textual differences between Montfortianus on the one hand and the Complutensian edition and Erasmus text on the other prove that Montfortianus must predate the age of printing. Okay, so that's, you know, people are saying that it's older than, you know, the age of printing. Dobbin was aware that his text's critical work had the potential to be controversial, but confessed himself glad to have brought some clarity to an issue that had thus far lain in some doubt. Dobbin protested all along that his motives in this study were pious. We have always held as indisputable that there is a serious damage done to the sacred oracles by the retention of doubtful scripture in the inspired volume as by the exclusion of the true. Dobbin did not say the last word on the Codex. Most glaringly, he overlooked the fact that the scribes of Montfortianus had used Codex Leicestrensis throughout, despite the fact that he had inspected the latter Codex personally. So Grantley MacDonald is saying, well, you know, it comes from this manuscript. It's close readings to this. I mean, Byzantine readings are very close to each other. You have some that are identified as families, but, you know, Dean Burgon said, look, a lot of these are just, it's like looking at a graveyard and you don't know who, there's no stones there. You can't tell who's related to who. You can dig up the bones. I mean, today with DNA, we could do that. And that's why we want everything tested. If you test everything, you can even test and go, well, this one's from the same scriptorium and things like that. That's why it's interesting that we're the ones pushing for more science. And people see that as like, no, you know, we don't want to test it because you guys won't accept the science anyway. And it's like, get lost, you know. Despite the fact that he had inspected the latter Codex personally, nevertheless, he laid the foundations for the serious and systematic study of the text of Montfortianus, which permitted him to demonstrate that the comma was a conscious and deliberate insertion. But far from being killed off by the evidence brought by Dobbin, the comma and its associated myths continue to be employed for confessional purposes of all kinds, you know. So yeah, that's the link for this, where it says marginal readings in the first hand of Revelation are clearly derived from the 1516 editions of Erasmus. Now, there was another page, wasn't there? 319. Let's have a quick look at that. 319. Okay, we're nearly there. Okay, a little bit further down. Okay, 319. And so this is the thing now. Grantley MacDonald is the guru of this text now, and so that they'll just quote him on Wikipedia, and he can, like, I know there's things that he says in here that are so biased, it's just his own thoughts. And even Stephen Avery went through and showed where there were many dozens of factual errors, and he makes a really big blunder about the Principe Adulterae, I think it is. And Stephen Avery pointed out and said, this is really bad scholarship. But, Wikipedia would quote him on that, and that's the problem. Things just get parroted. And anyway, so apparently on page 119, which is what we're on, 319, we have proof that Montfortianus has readings in it from Erasmus's printed edition. So that's what it says on Wikipedia. So that's what I'm saying, that you just check everything and go through, question everything. Who put this information there? And the thing is, on Wikipedia, you can actually find that information out. Maybe we'll do that. Okay, so Lincoln College, Olim. Okay. Some variants. Okay, so it says here, so it's talking about this manuscript, the close relationship between 326 and 1837, so these are just numbers for these manuscripts, is demonstrated by the fact that a number of variants appear only in these two manuscripts. Okay, so if you find a variant in one and a variant in the other, well, they've got to be related sometimes, but not always. Some variants are shared by 1837 and 326 and passed from 326 to Montfortianus. Okay, Bart Ehrman identifies one of these unusual readings. 1 John 5:6 is the one who came by water and blood and the Holy Spirit, Jesus Christ, not with the water only, but with the water and the blood, as a deliberate orthodox corruption. One that can now probably be attributed to Leon himself. Other readings shared, so it's just sort of talking about that. Let's go down to what is said. So he's got number 9 there. So let's look at 9. I'm just looking for where it actually says that it has Erasmus's printed text readings in the margins of Montfortianus. Ehrman in 1993 writes that this phrase. Okay, so that's footnote number 10. I am just not seeing it. It seems like. Okay, so they're saying that these 1837 passed on to there. So they're saying in these places, that's where it has passed on. Okay, so it's quite a lot of technical information there. Where you have this reading here in 1 Peter 3:9, and then you have the same reading there. But they were saying specifically in Revelation. I can't see anything related to Revelation here at all. It goes to Jude. So they were saying there were marginal references in Montfortianus in the first hand, and it is displaying that the guy who wrote Montfortianus had basically had Erasmus's text next to him. I'm looking for any reference to Revelation here. So let's go back to the original page that it's saying it's on. Maybe it's in these footnotes here. So obviously, this is how I would do a study. I would go through this. Usually, I would sort of copy and paste all this text into or search for like Revelation. That way, I don't have to look through it all. But it's boldened anyway. Galatians, 2 Corinthians. I'm not seeing anything about Revelation here. Let's look at the page before. Maybe it's mentioned. Okay, that's just a full footnote. I can't see any boldened verses there. Let's go up to the page before. Another huge footnote. Montfortianus. Okay, so a relationship between Montfortianus and minuscule 56 and 58 was first suggested by Mills, 1707, followed by Wettstein. He said this: a relationship was later firmly established by Dobbin. So 1854, before they've dethroned the Textus Receptus, they're coming against all this stuff. I think they just put every idea on the board and said, okay, we have to demonize every reading of the Communianium. And because so many things have been disproven, the rush to print concept, the rash wager concept, Erasmus just running around the scriptorium, in a panic to beat the Complutensian guys, all this sort of stuff. And, the manuscript for Revelation being that of Reuchlin, that was around this time as well, sorry, not of Reuchlin, but of the Reuchlin document being the one that Erasmus used, found by Franz Delitzsch, claimed to be the only one that Erasmus used at that time. And it's like, man, there's just so many things that are wrong. It's layer upon layer upon layer of deception. So Mill has said there's a relationship, but that doesn't mean they're identical. And so what we're seeing is these people are saying, well, Montfortianus copied these ones, or there was some other ones there that were mentioned, and then it's like, well, it doesn't line up, so it's just been put in there. So firstly, you've got to basically collate the whole Montfortianus with these other manuscripts. I'm pretty sure Montfortianus was collated in Walton's Polyglot, the London Polyglot of 1657, I think it is. But anyway, I think we've sort of this little thing, the marginal readings in the first hand of Revelation are clearly derived from the 1516 editions of Erasmus. And so I've looked at those 2 pages. I'm not seeing that. I can't find where Grantley and McDonald's actually said that. So let's have a look at the history of this page. Sometimes that's interesting. And you can usually see. So Leslie, he used to edit my website, the Textus Receptus one. He's a critical text guy, and up until about 2015, he used to be the main guy on Wikipedia doing any type of manuscript information. And it was just like, okay, Metzger says this, Ehrman says this, Scrivener says it, and it was good information for what everyone else has said. But he's definitely a critical text guy. So let's look at, say, this one here. And we'll see if that's written in there. Okay, it is actually not written in there. Which bit am I looking at? I am looking at text. Okay, so at the bottom of text. Okay. Oh, yeah, it does have it in there. Marginal readings of the first hand. Okay, so let's go back. We'll go back to 2016. We'll see if it's in there. Text. In the book of Revelation, has a close relationship. Okay, so it doesn't say that same thing. Okay, so let's go a little bit further forward. Yes, so marginal reading. So it's in between that time. So let's say go in the middle here somewhere. Okay, cite Grantley McDonald's evidence. Looks like it's this Bucksberg guy. Okay. Cite Grantley McDonald. Okay, let's see what's here. Okay, they were clearly derived from Erasmus. Okay. So obviously this is a study, so I know I've got a lot of dead air, but that's just the way it goes. Okay. Revelation. So it seems like that one doesn't have it, but the next one does. Yes, so this guy has put in marginal readings in the first hand of Revelation are clearly derived from the 1516 edition of Erasmus. So he's put that in. So who is this guy? Okay, so this is Bucksberg. Let's have a look at Bucksberg's profile. Sometimes they don't have a profile. Okay, so it's pretty simple. I've edited hundreds of articles, but could use some help with the finer points. Okay, so let's look for his contributions. Sometimes you see, I did this with the Hillsong thing. I was trying to expose them as pedophiles back in 2007 because I had all the information to show that they'd Frank Houston had raped a bunch of kids, and I was trying to put it on Wikipedia, and a guy from Hillsong who was editing Hillsong's page all the time was deleting everything I said. It was like, it was amazing. Okay, so he's worked on these codexes. So obviously he's involved with textual issues. Okay, Codex Ephraemi Rescriptus. Let's look at 500. So he's doing quite a lot of editing. He's editing Benny Hinn, which is interesting. Okay, a lot of papyrus. Okay, so he's going through editing all these papyri manuscript issues. Just seeing how far he goes. He's quite prolific at editing. Maybe we can find something that, sometimes these guys jump on a page like Textus Receptus and just, they edit. Yeah, here we go. Novum Instrumentum Omne. Let's just see what he does here. Let's look at the difference. The Erasmian edition was, or Erasmian editions and the 16th century versions thereof were. No, that's a normal sort of, so, maybe he does have a barrow to push, maybe he doesn't. Interesting. Anyway, that would be a rabbit trail, and so usually I wouldn't go that far. So let's shut his page down. So I was just fascinated in that. So I just spent probably 20 minutes just looking at that one thing. But it is a claim. It's like, is that true? Are there first-hand, marginal readings in the first hand that are clearly from Erasmus? Like, because that's just a claim. Like, and he's claiming that's from Grantley MacDonald. I couldn't see it in his text, so it's something on Wikipedia that needs to be questioned, and like, where is this claim? It needs to be clearer, and it probably shouldn't just be, you know, a footnote with that type of thing. It should actually have the quote. So it says this was not examined by the Claremont profile method. I think the Claremont profile method is when they go through Luke 1, Luke 10, and Luke 20, I'm pretty sure. Maybe a few people in the chat know more about that. I'll finish through this and then I'll get to the comments. In 1 John 5:6, it has the textual variant, the euthatos ke ematos ke pneumatos agio, through water and blood and the Holy Spirit, together with manuscripts 39, 326, and 1837. So that, yeah, that's coming from the UBS, basically the NA, Nestle Alarm Group. Biblical scholar Bart Ehrman identified this reading as an Orthodox corruption. It contains late Vulgate-based version of the Communihenium as an integral part of the text. An engraved facsimile of the relevant page can be seen in Thomas Horn's An Introduction to the Critical Study of the Knowledge of the Holy Scriptures. So I've got that on my Textus Receptus page. I've got an article on Thomas Horn. He was for the comma, and then after about 20 years, he was against the comma. And so it's an interesting trail to go through and look at what he says. So I've done that. History. It was the first Greek manuscript discovered to contain any version of the Communihenium in 1 John chapter 5. It was copied from an earlier manuscript that did not have the comma. So they're saying we know what manuscript it's copied from, and that didn't have the comma. Okay. Then they're making this claim. The comma was translated from the Latin. It's like, okay, so they know the manuscript is translated from, and, you know, usually that's speculation. Like, I've gone down these rabbit trails long enough to know that scholars exaggerate, and they will say this manuscript's related to this other one. Say, for example, you always hear James White say, well, Codex Vaticanus and P75, they're related. They're related to a common ancestor, which we no longer have. So a mystery document. And he's like, they're so close. Now, in the rating, they have a certain rating where if a manuscript is has 78% agreement, underneath that level, it's considered as no agreement. It's just like, look, they're not related. Well, Vaticanus and P75 have 79% agreement. So it just crosses the line. And you almost think that they made this percentage thing up just to squeeze that manuscript in. And when you hear James White say there's a clear line of transmission between these two to some other exemplar, it's like, no, they almost didn't make it on the bus. But, you know, there's this clear line. So you hear scholars say this type of stuff all the time. Well, this manuscript comes from this one. But when you look at the actual details and you examine things and put them side by side, it doesn't match up. And you're like, that's a pretty poor argument. But that's the type of thing that we're used to looking at the academy and looking at people who defend the critical text. And so, yeah, it was in Brian Walton's Polyglot. Okay. Okay, so they're saying it's the first Greek manuscript discovered to contain any version of the Communihenium. So that's what this video is about. I don't think it is the first manuscript discovered to contain the comma. I think the Complutensian Polyglot guys, which are another bunch of guys who go, people just go, well, they liked the Latin, so they just back translated from the Latin. Like, this back translated from the Latin is just a default thing. It's like hearing the Masons did it, or the Jews did it, or it's the royal family. Like, it's the Catholics. Everything's the Catholics. You know, these type of conspiracies. It's just a simplistic model to put on anything. It's like the Complutensian guys, well, they back translated from a Latin document. Erasmus, his manuscript, Montfortianus, he back translated from the Latin. Thomas Aquinas, he back translated from the Latin. Bryannius, he back translated from the Latin. And you go all the way back to like Cyprian. It's like, well, he created it in the Latin. And it's just quite amazing that all these guys just back translated from the Latin everywhere, but we're trying to cover it up, So they're saying it's the first manuscript. I don't believe that. I believe the Codex Britannicus. It's the first manuscript that was shown to Erasmus to contain it. The Complutensian polyglot guys, they had access to lots of manuscripts in Spain, and they basically had access to all the biblical manuscripts in the Vatican. Now, before 1527, that was way more than they have today. In a sense where Rome, like Florence, had been the hub for the Renaissance, and then Rome became the hub for the Renaissance. Biblical documents were flooding into Rome. There was so many Greek and secular and biblical works in Rome. That's why Erasmus, he first went to Venice and he went to Rome. He was looking for these manuscripts. He's looking for biblical documents. The Vatican was filled with biblical manuscripts, Greek biblical manuscripts. Now, Erasmus had access to these. He lived with Bombasius, the guy that James White brings up all the time. He lived with him. He was the curator at the Vatican Library. Now, there was another guy called Sepultiva. He's the one who he later contacted and said, can you look at this Vaticanus manuscript and show me what it says? And he gave him 365 readings. And Erasmus said it's probably a back translation from a Latin document. Isn't it amazing what Erasmus said? A guy who knew scribal habits, a guy who read manuscripts like we read the morning newspaper. He could spot when things are back translated, when things are done sloppily. He could spot when the scribe was careful, because he was a scribe himself. He was an Augustinian monk, grew up as a scribe. And he was a proofreader in Aldus Manutius's print shop that was printing all the Greek classics. So he was his proofreader for 9 months as he lived with the guy. So he lived with Aldus. They're talking about this stuff day and night. They're waking up in the morning, going down to the scriptorium and proofreading Greek classics. So this guy can spot when there's problems. And so anyway, he said that Vaticanus was most probably a back translation from a Latin document. He says that in his 1535 Textus Receptus in his preface. But back to this, Erasmus called the manuscript Codex Britannicus, okay, that he used. Now I'll just read through this history, because I'm going off in all different places and I'm trying to lay a groundwork. But it was the first manuscript discovered to contain any version of the Commuhenium. Okay, so just to finish my thought, what I was saying, in 1527, Rome was sacked. The Lutherans and the Spaniards, they went into Rome and sacked it. For many days, they burnt down buildings. There was thousands of people killed. And that was the end of the Renaissance in Rome. If you look at the history of the Renaissance, it ends in 1527. Thousands of manuscripts, including many, many biblical manuscripts, were stolen, burnt. People used them in fires to keep warm. People wrapped fish in it. These manuscripts just ended up out in the streets. And so the access that Erasmus had to manuscripts was a lot more than after 1527. You would have to agree with that. The access that the Complutensian polyglot guys had to manuscripts was way more than what you had after 1527. And the same in Britain, when they had the disillusionment of the monasteries in 1540. after the disillusionment, if you went searching for manuscripts, there were way less manuscripts because they'd been destroyed. There were 800 monasteries that were basically just sort of almost looted. Anything of value was taken by the crown, but manuscripts were just lying in the dirt, in the mud. Like there have been traditions of these churches copying manuscripts for years and years and years, and then there's just nothing there. There's not one trace going back to a manuscript that they know had, hundreds and hundreds of documents. And so before 1840, someone like Erasmus, who had access to those documents, he had access to things we no longer have today. That's true, isn't it? Logic would tell us that. So they're saying this is the first manuscript discovered to contain any version of the comma. It was copied from an earlier manuscript that did not have the comma. That's their claim. The comma was translated from the Latin. So that's their claim. And they're saying this is from Metzger and others, Its earliest known owner was Froy. Okay, Roy or Froy. That's what Dan Wallace says. A Franciscan friar, then Thomas Clement, who died in 1569, then William Charke, 1582, then Thomas Montfort, from whom it derives its present name, then Archbishop Usher, who caused the collation to be made, which appears in Brian Walton's Polyglot, Matthew 1:1, Acts 22:29, and Romans 1, and presented the manuscript to Trinity College. Okay, so Erasmus cited this manuscript, called by him Codex Britannicus, and this whole video is saying that this is not Codex Britannicus, but this is what is claimed, as his source for his slightly modified comma in his third edition of Novum Testamentum in 1522. So Scrivener saying that, Metzger and others. Despite this being a commonly accepted fact in modern scholarship, some people in the past, such as Thomas Burgess, and he's a very interesting guy to read, who died in 1837, have disputed the identification of Erasmus's Codex Britannicus as the same manuscript as Codex Montfortianus, instead proposing that it is now a lost Greek manuscript. So that's exactly what I'm claiming. Okay, so when you say this is Nick Sayers' idea, whatever, no, blame Burgess. There were others saying this as well, and so we will jump into that. I'll open that up. The manuscript was described by textual critic Johann Jacob Wettstein and Orlando Dobbin. The biblical scholar Caspar Rene Gregory saw it in 1883. The Codex is now located at Trinity College, shelf number 30, and that's in Dublin. So there we go. Okay, so that is that is the Wikipedia article for Codex Montfortianus. You will not find an article on Codex Britannicus, okay, because they say they're the same thing. But I'm with Burgess that they're not the same thing. So let's see if I can type in Brit and Icus. It might come up in, here we go. Let's get a bit bigger here. So this is Burgess. On the negative positions against the authenticity of the seventh verse, they are thus enumerated by Mr. Horn. So Horn was the guy I was telling you that I've studied into. He used to be for the comma and then he was against it. In his introduction to the critical study of the scriptures, volume 4, page 463, 6th edition, number 1, this verse is not found in any single Greek manuscript before the 16th century. So this is being parroted back then, this type of thing. Okay. And so also Michaelis So he is a Russian guy. Or actually, I'm not sure if he's German, but he spent a lot of time in Russia and in Germany, in Berlin. Introduction, volume 4, page 117. But Codex Britannicus is assigned to the 13th century by Dr. Clark. So Adam Clark says it's a 13th century document, and 15th by Crito, to which century also M. Schultz assigns Codex Ottobonianus. So they're saying that this one that they call Montfortianus, Adam Clark saying it's 13th century. This guy Crito is saying 15th. Scholz is saying it's as old as Codex Montfortianus. Ottobonianus, which is the one which has the Latin on one side and the Comia Anima on the other. The claim it is wanting in the earliest and best critical editions of the New Testament. The Complutensian edition is the first and best critical edition and has the verse. If the text of any edition derives to be, if the text of any edition deserves to be retained unaltered. Okay, so it's worded a little bit clunky there. It's just the way it's an old document. Says Michaelis, it is that of the Complutensian edition because it is the Edito Princeps. Again, on page 440, he considers the Complutensian edition as a valuable manuscript or Codex Criticus. Okay. Number 3, it is contained in the manuscripts of no other ancient version but the Latin. So these are claims that he's debunking. But of this one version, Bengelius says, and he quotes the Latin here, it is found in Armenian manuscripts of the 14th century. That's very interesting. And it's a shame that that is not translated. Let's translate it. From one codex, divine faith can be drawn, and from 1,000, especially in this place, where the adamantine coherence of the verses makes up for the scarcity of the codexes. So they're saying, you can find the genuine reading in just a small handful of manuscripts. And this is the thing, the critical text guys, that's part of what they're saying. We've only got Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, but you can find just in one manuscript the genuine reading, and everything else is wrong. But when it comes to Comia Anima, no, we don't do that. We become majority text guys all of a sudden. Okay, so I'm not sure if I'm just sort of reading through this just because it had Britannicus there. I think I might be. Let's see where else it's talking about this. The omission of the articles of the 7th verse in the Codex Britannicus and the Ottobonianus is no proof of Latin origins. We have seen the Greek manuscript's authority for such omission in the 8th verse. Okay, so that's interesting. He's talking about the issue of having, they say, the articles aren't there, so it's from the Latin. Okay. This looks like it's heading into the direction that we want to go. A manuscript was extant in the 16th century, Codex Britannicus, from which Erasmus printed the controversial verse. Okay, so it says, Repertus est apud Angelos, says Erasmus. So I think it's from England. Graecus Codex Inco Ambetur. So I won't read that Latin. This manuscript might appear to be the same with the Dublin manuscript if the latter did not differ in its reading from the former. Now this is my main point. Okay. These manuscripts differ. They're claiming that Codex Montfortianus is Codex Britannicus. But thankfully, in Erasmus's own studies, in his annotations, he clearly has the writing of Codex Britannicus in his annotations. So we can go through it and read it and go, okay, that's what the document says. So we can look at Montfortianus and see if it's saying the same thing. And it's not. That's the issue. They just claimed that Montfortianus is the one Erasmus used. It's not. It's not Codex Britannicus. So, okay, now I said I'd jump into the comments after I read the Wikipedia article. So I'll keep to my word. Eric S. says, I was hoping for a live. I just got done with the Truth is Christ video on 1 John 5:7. Very cool set of guys. Glad to see brothers coming together and sharing info. Yeah, it was fun. I've had a lot of fun with Mike Ferrando and Mike Holner in the past, and even going through their debate against James Snap Jr. It's very informative. There's lots of information there. Hudson says, yes, I'm more than halfway through that video, Eric. Lots of information, very edifying. Eric S. says, I was watching your face when Brandon started to talk about the numbers he does for words. Yes. And, people have their own quirky thing. And I sort of question myself, should I, do this with these guys? We're sort of from different leanings. And I thought, well, I go on. I have all sorts of people on my program. I have Nehemiah Gordon, he's not even a Christian, And so, I've had, Calvinists on there, I've had, all sorts of different people, even James Snap Jr., and I wouldn't necessarily agree with him on the Textus Receptus and things like that. And so I just thought, man, why am I putting myself in a box? I want to get information out there that's true. And I think that one thing about Brandon is when he is shown truth, he seems to gravitate toward it. And so, yeah. So anyway, that's pretty much all I'll say about that. Calvin says, I was just finishing up watching Nick on Truth is Christ with many other KJV believers, and it was just fantastic. I'm at 2 hours and 21 minutes, and it's 2 hours and 51 minutes in total. I'll finish after this if I'm still awake. Sounds like Calvin is just gobbling up all the information on YouTube at the moment on the comma. Calvin Trebuchet Clemens is getting a hi from Eric. Pastor Brett is in the house, living the dream. Helg is in the house. Avery F. Hudson, and high fives are happening. I'll just skip over some of this general niceties. I saw Pastor Michael Grant made a post about reporting Wes Huff on his church website and asking others to do the same over swearing in a video. Wes is a lead. Does that seem the right thing to do? Yeah, I don't know what he said. I actually looked for it, and I found one video where he said a swear word. Then it was like a 3-hour video, and I was like, man, I don't want to go through that whole video just to find Wes Huff swearing. And I guess coming from the world, every second word in my mind was a swear word. It's just the way, and even Aussies talk different. And I mean, sometimes we have words that are forbidden in certain English cultures. But like I remember my pastor, I had 2 pastors who went to Papua New Guinea for 6 years each, so 12 years all up. And one of them said, you're there, you're the pastor. And in Papua New Guinea, the S word is not a swear word. They just say it. And you'll hear pastors preaching and they'll say it. It's just not a swear word, And I know that the CRAP word, we use that in Australia, is definitely not a swear word, but apparently in America it is. So people can think that we're being crass, but we're not, and I think it comes from England. We have a whole bunch of, a lot of people in Australia are from the UK. But in New Guinea, when you have to get your septic tank cleared out, you make a phone call and you have to speak to Mr. SHIT. You have to call him by name. And on his truck, he has Mr. SHIT, and so you can't avoid this. He's driving around. It's like, oh, there, and no one else there thinks it's funny. It's just Aussies are there, just like, oh, I have to ring this guy up. It's absolutely hilarious, because it's a clash of different cultures. And I think sometimes, some people can have really sensitive ears and all the rest of it. But I do think there are certain words, definitely C words, F words, and probably some words can be said with a really bad intention. And I guess, as ministers, you just got to be careful. I wouldn't swear to get along with someone. Yeah, I know some people have done that. I remember hearing this pastor, and he's a great guy and everything, but he was saying sometimes he drops F-bombs when he's talking to someone who's living in the gutter. And I'm like, yeah, but, I used to do that every second word, and I've chosen not to, and I'm able to control myself, So it's just an unnecessary thing. And unless we all come to the consensus that we can all say everything, and it's like, but I guess, in different cultures, there's different rules. Anyway, I'm sort of drifting off topic there. Hilly's got a hole in his internet. Dwayne says, I think that you're right that Britannicus is not the same as Montfortianus. Yes. And I think once people see that, then they're like, then what is Codex Britannicus? And then it's like, well, that seems like a document we no longer have. And it seems like the whole thing about Erasmus, every step of the way, it's just wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. There's just so much error in this issue to do with the Communianium that it's almost hard for me to trust anything that the opposition is saying. Calvin says, when one doesn't believe God's word, why would they care about vulgar speech that we as Christians should not use? It goes to show a lot. I mean, I don't use those type of words. I can't help myself but think words like that, because every second word I used to say was like that. And especially when I'm driving, I'm like, biting my tongue, but I think we've all, there's nothing wrong. You're better off defaulting to self-control. If you can tame your tongue, you can tame your whole body, James says, So very good quote there, Calvin. I appreciate that. Get Gnomed is in the house. Dwayne says, Revolution, where do we see liberalism in Tommy Wasserman's stuff? Tommy Wasserman, he basically sort of said that, he was like, everyone should vote for Joe Biden. And that's obviously liberalism, politically liberal. He doesn't believe in a literal hell. I think I can get that up for you, seeing as you've asked. Maybe Facebook. I'll just check my search. Tommy Wasserman hell. Okay. Okay, I should be able to find it pretty quickly. Actually didn't. I found something else about Jennifer Knust. Tommy Wasserman did write to me for a while. Okay, so Buck Daniels, Nick makes a good point. KJV defenders seem to be way easier to pick on than heterodoxus in the academy. Why are promoters of modern Bible so silent about Jennifer Knust? Tommy Wasserman. See, this is the thing. Tommy Wasserman and Jennifer Knust have written this book together. So I guess it's a bit like teaming up with Bart Ehrman. Like, if you know anything about Jennifer Knust, she's the principal Bible translator for the New Revised Standard Version Reader's Edition. She is avid advocate for the LGBT community. She says the Bible doesn't say anything about homosexuality at all, positive or negative. So we shouldn't demonize it. So, Tommy Wasserman is like, this video is awful, just awful. He's going through some SBL material and doing the guilt by association thing. In the next breath, he implies that we're all making a lot of money on this. What else does he say? Look, he says, Nick says, if Nick says were in my country, I would consider suing him for defamation. Like, it's like, man, I'm critiquing, you know what I mean? Like, these guys are like, King James only are Ruckmanite cultists. And it's like, you get real, dude, you know. I am sorry, but if you spread this type of propaganda, I cannot be your friend on Facebook. I hope you take it down. I'm not against discussing and arguing over factual issues, da-da-da. Okay. So, yeah, Tommy got a bit upset with me talking about that. Okay, so I put a side note. It is interesting that Wasserman denies hell. So I shared that on the TR Academy, but I can't find the actual thing. Now, he said that on the Bart Ehrman blog, so I actually do have I did have a picture of that. Tommy Wasserman. Maybe I'll just type in Wasserman Sayers. Okay. Same interaction. Oh yeah, here's his thing with Tommy Wasserman posted this 100% approval rating among racist homophobes, predators, and gun-loving, immigrant-hating jerks. So this is Tommy Wasserman posting this. So I'm like, I'm an Australian and more libertarian than anything. I don't really want to get into the mire of US politics, but rather ask, do you think someone's political understanding could reflect their ability to judge matters of textual criticism? He's saying that it's homophobic. You know, it's like, okay. Anyway, let's see. See if I can find it. Da-da. Okay. Anyway, I will have to look for that later. Maybe I can search for hell. No, it's not coming up at all. Anyway, the page just disappeared. I better shut it down or else it'll pop up later. I'll shut it right down. So anyway, yeah, sorry, Dwayne. But yeah, I was trying to prove that. But he, on the Bart Ehrman blog, he was talking to Bart Ehrman and in the general chat, and he said, I too deny the literalness of the fire in hell. So he doesn't believe in hell. Okay. So Healy says, yeah, I'm sorry about today's stream. We've been having issues for days. Yeah, I tuned into your stream, Hilly Billy, and gave it a like this morning, and I noticed you had an apology there. So I wasn't really sure what that was about, but I guess maybe you've had some issues. Calvin can't be Hilly's friend anymore because of that. So he's banished. Okay. Get gnomed. I would probably admit Montfortianus is older than the 16th century, but I don't know how to get around the Erasmian marginal notes in Revelation. So what is that? And so I've noticed on Wikipedia, I've been looking that up, looking for Grantley MacDonald's, like quoting that. And so Get Gnome says they look to be from the same scribe as the one who wrote the text. Okay, so maybe I can go to Codex Montfortianus and we'll have a quick look at Revelation. I'm not sure how numerous the I'm not sure how numerous the notations are, but if this is one of those things where people are saying, well, that proves that it's, you know, not old. I mean, it could be just be this one little thing and people are like, that proves it's 1520, yeah, sort of thing. So I'll jump into the Book of Revelation. Okay, maybe 96. There's 96 there, which I guess is the last page. Hopefully Revelation is at the end. It seemed like it did follow a normal sort of pattern. Okay, it's showing those things there. Let's go back. Eric S. says, I saw the TP link being looked at by the FBI now due to them being accused of being part of the CCP. I've been looked at for a year or so now, and I've got a router from them. I'd get rid of it. Okay. Hilly says, listening to Nick makes me feel like a monkey. Okay. Pastor Brett is heading off to sleep. Stream is down. Okay. I'll just skip over some of this general chat, or we'll be here forever. Sifter Sand says, interesting stream subject. I know Nick has mentioned this in many streams, but this will be good to finally have some focus on it. Calvin says, Grant Jeffrey, now in heaven, has a book and YouTube video explaining many things, explaining scripture that were not known until modern times. I highly recommend. Yes, I think I've got that book. Right here. Unveiling Mysteries of the Bible by Grant Jeffrey. Very interesting book. Okay, the signature of God. Yeah, I think I did have that. I can't remember offhand the contents, but if I was reminded, I would definitely. I think he talked about that Daniel's 70th week prophecy, the 69 weeks, etc. That sort of thing. Get Gnome says, I had a friend of mine edit the Wikipedia page on the comma, and he supplied new evidence. Okay. I used to edit Wikipedia, but I found I'd go to all the effort and then I'd come back like 2 months later and it'd just be overridden or deleted, and no reason, just someone just went in there and deleted it. And okay. Just going through this stuff. I'll get to the end of these comments so then we can be up to date. Okay. Chatting about Calvinism. Okay. Hilly had to bail. Dwayne says, I don't see swearing as bad. It's clear Wes was rehashing the sinful state of the individual in the same way the unsaved host did. It was clearly calculated and rightly so. Okay, so I haven't seen it, so I can't really comment on that. Okay. Okay, so Dwayne is saying, yeah, thanks for the information about Tommy Wasserman. Yes, Nust is very clearly liberal, both politically and theologically. These guys don't believe in Abraham's bosom, so it makes sense they wouldn't believe in a lake of fire. Okay, so we're looking at Montfortianus. Now, I always like it when they've got next to it, like, this is the beginning of Revelation. Maybe they've got that. I just want to see, like, it just a few pages just to check and see. Okay, so let's see if it is Revelation. We'll be able to tell. And yes, it has Viblio Tes Zeus. So it's a book of life. Interesting. from the Book of Life. That is one of the readings. So I guess that's one of the things. See, what they do is they have this story. Well, see, Erasmus, he back translated all these places into this document of Revelation, the Reuchlin document that Franz Delitzsch found. And obviously that comes from Erasmus, because Erasmus slipped on a banana peel there and made this mistake. So if this has those type of readings, then obviously this is from Erasmus, sort of thing. And it's like, no. So it doesn't look like it's got many, marginal notes or anything. Let's just zoom in. So apo from to, and it's actually crossed out. That's interesting. Vivlos tes zoes, the Book of Life, and ac tes polos, from the city, agios, tes agios, the holy city, and from the things that are written in this book. So yeah, this is definitely the end of Revelation, which is interesting because it has the Book of Life reading there. But because they pushed this to 1520, it's like, see, it's just made to order to fit in Erasmus's readings. Isn't that amazing? So that's probably why, you always hear these arguments, no manuscript has Book of Life. I mean, it's definitely got Book of Life there, doesn't it? Like, let's just check this out. It's definitely Vivlio tes zoes. I'm pretty sure you can all see that. Adelphi o theos to meros aftu apo to from the Book of Life. So when they're saying there's no manuscripts of the reading the Book of Life, it does have the Book of Life there, doesn't it? That's interesting. And from the holy city, the Polos, I guess. And from the words that are written in this book, I testify. Yes, so it's definitely the end of the Book of Revelation. So we'll just go through a few pages of Montfortianus in Revelation. We're just seeing if there's these marginal notes that everyone's talking about, or Wikipedia is talking about, and Get Gnomed is mentioned. Can't see any marginal notes there. And I guess, too, if this is seen as a made-to-order manuscript, then it would be basically considered like not even worth looking at. Almost like this is from a printed document sort of thing. So that's how they get around the actual evidence. If you've got evidence for reading, they're just like, no, this is from that horrible manuscript, so we throw that away, and we don't look at that anymore. Why would it be considered important by the London polyglot guys? What do they say about it? So here's the Book of Life here as well, which is interesting, because that would mean, I think that's Revelation 21. I'm just seeing Entu Vibliu tes zoes ton agion. Very interesting. Okay, we'll just keep going. I can't see any of these marginal notes. Okay, something's crossed out there. Wow, this would be a fascinating document to go through. Okay. '21. Okay, let's just continue through. No marginal notes. So I think the claim of there's one marginal note that I've seen. Looks like that's just been crossed out, and it has Ani Gemos to Ani K Yeah, it looks like it's Ani, or with a U on the end. Aniu. Kurios, Hotheos, or Pantokrator. So this is interesting. This it's the Kurios, Hotheos, Amin, Hot Pantokrator. Interesting. Okay. Let's keep going back. Not seeing any marginal notes really whatsoever. Okay, here's one. Looks like it's in the original hand. Aima K again to Aima, something about blood, angel, Legontos. This looks like actually Revelation 16:5, maybe. I'm sort of familiar with that. No, it's not. Because it's got Ozios there. It is. This is Revelation 16:5, which is interesting. I'm just checking that. So it doesn't have the Kurios in a nomina sacra form, but it does have this word, Kaios, Dikaios. Okay, so it's righteous. So people could have mistaken the kappa and the sigma with the nomina sacra line. I can see why Kurios in the nomina sacra form could have dropped out there. But a ho'on, kai ho, and then it's got a sigma there. But sometimes that can be a ligature. Kai ho n is what it should say, and then it's got kai ho, and then it's got this there. So I don't think that that's to do with the sigma, because it's got kai ho n, ozios, oti, tafta, ekrinas. Okay, so what's it saying here? So this is something to do with the blood. Okay. So it is a marginal note. It's interesting. It's at Revelation 16:5. Let's just continue back. So I won't go all the way. I won't bore you guys to tears, but I will put the link there. So I think I'll throw this link there. So if anyone wants to go through that and show me where these marginal notes, apparently, I can't. I'm seeing like a couple. Apparently, these marginal notes are showing that it's from an Erasmus document. There's a marginal note. Kitha Ruthen. And I'm not sure where that fits in, or okay, it's been crossed out here. Kitha, it looks like it was spelt wrong, so they scratched it out and they've rewritten it. Okay, no marginal note. I'll just skip through these. We'll just look for some marginal notes. But it's good to verify these claims, or to unverify that, to debunk this type of thing, because, I mean, we've got a footnote here. It's hard. Sometimes these ligatures are so hard. Okay, keep going. Maybe I should keep going to 1 John. I'm nearly okay. Here we go. Here's some marginal notes. So there we go. So that would be what they're talking about. So that's on image 900 of that in that link that I gave you. It's on, I think, I can't remember what page that's on, but so, you know, I won't be able to do this live. So 4 and 20 elders. Anyway, so there are marginal notes. We found them. There's another one. I'm glad I kept going, or else I would have just said there's no marginal notes. So we have the Afdon, Nusin, so that looks like it's related to this. So Kai Gnusei, and it's got Gnusin here. Ithu. Interesting. Okay. Some more ones. I actually just want to get to the beginning of Revelation here. Some more ones. Okay, that's interesting. Is that a large footnote? Okay, we have some more. And so I guess, well, you know, these have been collated. Apparently, Codex Montfortianus has been collated. So we can examine these claims. And I guess they're going to have to be examined if I'm doing a deep dive into, you know, Codex Montfortianus. Now, what does this have to do with Codex Montfortianus being the Codex Britannicus? That's a whole separate issue. But we're looking at the integrity of Codex Montfortianus, because that was one of the things. You can go from one extreme to another. And I thought, well, okay, well, Codex Montfortianus could just be, you know, something that was just whizzed up. But there is a lot of testimony saying this is older. And I guess it's looking at everything that's said about Codex Montfortianus, but that's separate to the whole Britannicus issue. So, okay, yes, this is the beginning. Apocalypsis Ioannon ton Theologo. So the revelation of John the theologian. Apocalypsis Jesu Christu. So it's going through there. I just want to see a few readings. Verse 4, just because I'm always looking at the Triadic declarations. apo, tu. Okay, so it has theo here is crossed out, which is interesting. From God, hoon, kahoen, kaho esomenos, ka apo, ton, epta, pneumaton in nomina sacra. So that's from the seven spirits. Okay, so let's look at verse 8. Dox idhu. That would be verse 7, I think. Behold, I come with clouds. Let's have a quick look. Okay, ego eimi to alpha, to omega, says the Lord God. So the beginning and the ending is not there, which is an Erasmian reading, the beginning and the ending. Oh, here we have arche, telos. Okay, so I can see why people are saying, okay, well, this has got Erasmian leanings. So one thing that I would straight away say is, okay, is this the same ink? Is it the same author? Because that was the claim. I guess you can look at writing style and go, okay, well, that's interesting. But also because that would take the testing of the inks like they did with Vaticanus, and it was all basically after the age of printing that those footnotes were put in, but they tested the ink of the original and the margin, and they were different. And see, that's the thing. I think Nehemiah Gordon actually inadvertently has actually dated Vaticanus, but we just need to because he was comparing the inks of the main text with the margin. If we actually just look at the inks of the main text of Vaticanus, and we look at other manuscripts of that era or later on, we've got the chemical makeup of that text now. Surely there's other things in art and all the rest of it that have that type of chemical makeup, and it's like, oh, that's 11th century, or that's 4th century, or that's whatever. So it's interesting, very interesting. And that's why when I went through Nehemiah's material, I was like, he's chemically testing the main text and comparing it to the margin. And it's like inadvertently he is almost dating the text. And so anyway, here we have Theos, which is not a TR reading. It's not in Erasmus's Haon kaho en kaho somenos hopentokrator. So anyway, so we have this reading there in the margin. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last. Okay, so that's all in a footnote. Let's just have a quick look to see if they do look similar. It does look similar, doesn't it? That kappa there and that kappa there and that one. If someone put those three in a row, I don't mean to say KKK, but kappa, 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 you would go, okay, it's very similar. It looks like the same ink, just from purely just from a visual perspective. Okay. Look for another letter. The row here, there are similarities. Maybe just a K and how that's written. It's sort of like a cursive swirl there. Not really there. It's a ligature there. Yeah, anyway, interesting, worth going through and checking that out, checking out those claims. Okay, so where were we with our comments? I couldn't agree more, Eric S. I believe some of the modern text critics are actual deceivers, while others have been deceived by these men and have become deceivers by proxy. So Dwayne is saying, what manuscript is that? So it's Codex Montfortianus. Greek looks like my type of writing. I should learn it. Yeah, Codex Montfortianus. Handwriting is pretty sloppy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My type of writing. What does it say in Roman? Yeah, to find Romans when it's not labeled, it's pretty hard. You know, to find anything when it's not labeled is hard. There's a lot of space between words. That was back in 06. Okay. Once he got out of school. Okay, so Get Gnome says, I personally check Revelation 1. So, yeah, obviously by what we can see there in Revelation 1 is the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the Arche, Telos, the beginning and the end, which is not usually in manuscripts, but it is there in the margin. But that's the thing, you know, did Erasmus use this manuscript or, you know, with readings that are in the margin, and that's the thing, like I know Erasmus said that he used, he had one manuscript, but it's debated of whether that is just a section of Revelation 22. But if he did have this manuscript, then he wouldn't have said it. And so that nullifies that thought. But he did talk about having the Codex, I think it was Laurentianus or something like that, which was, it was Lorenzo Valles. So it was Laurentianus or something like that. He talked about that reading in Revelation. So he had Valles annotations. And then he also talked about using other manuscripts. And then when he was talking about Revelation 22, he said it didn't appear in our manuscripts, plural, which is quite interesting. And so that's where we've got to examine everything, turn everything upside down and go, because what usually happens is one bit of evidence outweighs another bit of evidence. But if that evidence if one of these bits of evidence are wrong, it can cause us to look at 4 or 5 different things in a different light. It's like when Jan Kran says, well, you know, Erasmus didn't believe that John wrote the book of Revelation. He gets that from the mistranslation. He deliberately translated Olam to mean that Erasmus didn't think that Revelation was legitimate, when he was actually talking about the Greeks didn't think that Revelation was legitimate, which we all know. And so James White parrots that, he didn't care. He didn't even think Revelation was part of Scripture and all this sort of stuff. So it's actually, just by mistranslating one word, it can cause all those problems. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can get to, maybe it's got an introduction. Or maybe it just goes into Jude. It could do that, or it could have an intro. Hopresbuteros, that is 3rd John. Gaio. Hopresbuteros Gaio to agapeto on ego agapeo in aletheia. Okay, so it should be on not this page, but the next one. 1 John 5, maybe. Okay, now let's get 2nd John. So it misses Jude. Her presbyteros electe curia kaitos technois aftus. We're getting close. I didn't really even plan on looking at these manuscripts. Usually my bandwidth is not coping, but it is at the moment. Okay, here we go. think it's the page before. And this would be the most looked at page. Look how dirty it is. Okay, so this is where I can just tell. Yeah, here we have Pater, Logos, K, Pneuma Agios. So that is Father, Word, and Spirit Holy. Very interesting. Okay, just looking for any type of other textual issues. Okay, so we have these 3 lines. Who knows, who put that in? I would love to actually invest in an XRF machine. I know they're like $40,000 or something, but imagine if someone said, "Hey, we want to test all these manuscripts," and had an XRF machine, and we were able to go around. Like I know CSNTM are going around photographing manuscripts, and that's fantastic, and a lot of libraries already do that. But it'd be great to go around testing them. Now, I used to use an XRF gun. It cost $100,000. It was this big, huge gun thing, and you could go up to any surface, click the button, and it would test it and show you what type of elements were in there. So if you went over a rock, it would tell you how much zinc, how much copper, how much gold, how much whatever was in that rock. And so XRF technology is amazing. It's incredible. So it can tell you what's in these inks, because in these inks, they usually use copper, zinc, and you can test the beginning of the manuscript from the end. You can see, if technology changed, how long it took them to write it. It gives you a ballpark figure of when that was made as well. That's why I'm saying we should look at Vaticanus and Nehemiah Gordon's testings. But also you can test the margins and see if they're written 100 years later, 300 years later, like with Vaticanus. That's definitely like a few hundred years. It's pretty much like almost 50 to 80 years after Erasmus even got Sepultiva to get the readings from it. So anyway, I'm going to leave that page open. I could look at this manuscript all day. And usually what I'm doing is I'll find, I'm pretty sure I've already got a picture here of it, but I would take a screenshot of that, put it on my website, and then, zoom in and make sure all the lettering is correct and logos and all that sort of stuff. And then, that's why I get excited about that, because that gives me then the groundwork to go, okay, let's go with that information. Now, with my website, pretty sure. Okay, so this is Stephen Avery's site. So I might open this up. Open a new tab. Okay, so it's not opening up big, and that's Montfortianus there. So I might have to get. Actually, it was on the Wikipedia site, wasn't it? Montfortianus. Codex. Codex Montfortianus. Oops, that one disappeared. Here we go. Wow, it's got that page. That's great. Okay, and I know they've got this. So this is the one that people were looking at back in the day. And so let's check out the distinctions. Maybe I can go like a full screen there and put this underneath. So you can see the OTI here with the 2 dots. Trace. So for there are 3. Sin, Hoit, Maturion. And then it has the red here and the red there, where it's talking about in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Spirit Holy or Holy Spirit, and these three are one. Whoops. What's going on with that? Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. A few of the choices. Yeah, no, that's pretty accurate. Anyway, I'm just... it doesn't make for a good live show when I'm doing this. Okay, so let's just make that smaller. We'll go through some of these comments. Eric asks, going to be neat during the millennium reign. I'd imagine we're going to have the gift of tongues. Calvin says, I think so, unless God initiates a pure language that everyone will speak, as prophesied in Zephaniah 3:9. Dwayne's saying that's not even a normal font. Hardly uses ligatures. I saw a few there with the K. There was quite a few, at least in comparison to other minuscules. Clemens, nice to know there was something of the sort. I can see why it's considered late. The handwritten letters follow closely what the print edition font looked like. Okay, so I haven't heard that argument before, that this is, following a printed font. Like, definitely most Byzantine, this is claimed to be, 14th, or Adam Clark is like 13th century. I guess maybe we can just grab a random 13th century CSNTM, and we'll go and grab a 13th century manuscript of the Book of Revelation or 1 John, and we'll just do a bit of a comparison. Manuscripts. Okay, so we'll go to, yeah, that's good. We want, I think it's by century, no. '12th century minuscule, GA1. Don't they say Erasmus user? I want to get away from Erasmus manuscripts. GA6. Okay, we'll just go with that. Okay, hopefully it's got some decent. Yeah, looks like it could be this. Oh yeah, you can zoom in here. It's a little bit more stylistic. Maybe this one, GA18. I don't know anything about that one. I don't like it how they've. I would prefer they have, like, view this. This is on. This has previously been done, compared to the ones that they've done, which is high resolution. But that's fine, Okay, so this looks very neat and orderly. So the other one seemed a little bit a little bit sloppier. Yeah, it's almost like you can't compare that one because it's such a unique style. All of these are so unique, Okay, let's see if I can find something here. It's hard to see that one. 11th century. It's not really there. 13th century. Okay, this one looks promising. Let's go to this image here. Okay, wow, that almost looks like Stephanus's font, doesn't it? That's interesting. Okay, so let's just check that out. Now, I'll pull that down. We'll make this one bigger. So the difference of the ligatures with the K, where the alpha is just sort of in the midst there, but you can't really notice it. Pros is a very common word here. Okay, so that's the comma. Yeah, I guess, I mean, like, to me, even that looks more like a Stephanus document than, say, something like that. But anyway, I'm rabbit trailing. But it's a good question, and I enjoy that because it makes me think, okay, well, I've got to work that one out too. I agree, Dwayne, very sloppy. I don't think I've ever seen another minuscule like it. I doubt that I would say that. There's quite a lot of minuscules that do look like that. But anyway, Dwayne's looking at it in another browser, so it's caught his eye. He's studying it. They're not known for their sloppy writing ever. Revelation, do you have Discord? I used to have Discord, but I mean, I lived in Pakistan for a year, and I had this one guy who was very keen for me to witness and preach to Muslims. And I was like, look, I'm visiting Pakistan frequently. It's just one of those things that I can't really get too involved in, or it can cause problems. And he just kept getting me on Discord and to debate people, and I was like, I kept explaining it, and it just kept going over his head. So anyway, I deleted Discord, and I was like, I don't want anything to do with it. And so, but yeah, sorry, I don't have Discord, but that's my reason. Any idea when people started to deny Revelation as scripture? It was the Greeks earlier on, I'm pretty sure. They, so I would be guessing around about 400 to I'm not sure, I guess into the Byzantine era, through to maybe 1200 or something like that. Okay, Get Gnome just saying it could have been as early as the 2nd century. Our first explicit denial is from Pope Dionysius of Rome in the 3rd century. I believe there is writings about John being boiled and launched, maybe lynched. At least they knew things like that happen. Pope Dionysius, what was he related to? Pope Peter. Clemens, I've heard that. Andy Woods talks about this in his Acts series. Okay, I'll skip over that. Revolution, what's your thoughts on the KJV numerical miracle? I don't gel on it. Okay, that's a huge difference in script. Notice there's no space between words in GA43. Look at how defined the spaces are in Montfortianus. Okay. So here we go. Here's another 13th century minuscule with this type of writing. I mean, that seems to have spacing between the words. find another one. 14th century. I mean, there's just hundreds and hundreds of these on this website. Okay. Well, that looks sort of in that ballpark. Okay. That would be an interesting thing to look at, is the crystal in Nomina Sacra. Okay. Yeah, so I like, this one here looks sort of sloppy as well. I'm just looking for some similar lettering. Okay, well, I can't find anything too similar. I did see Pross there. Okay, so that would be like a difference. You see Otti here. You see Otti here. Perry. Echo. Anyway, I'm just fiddling around. So anyway, that's an interesting side project to get into, looking at Codex Montfortianus. Okay, but that's not really where I wanted to head with everything. AD 33 is in the house. Dwayne says, yeah, they both look sloppy. Michaelis says Montfortianus has 3 readings in Mark, which perfectly coincide with the old Syriac. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so where are we going? I want to look at some other information. So I thought I'd read this from TurretinFan. Now, this is in 2011. So this is just a normal type of thing that would be said about this manuscript, and so I wanted to read this so we all get the idea. The following is taken from the Story of Manuscripts by George Edmonds Merrill, and there's a link to the book there. Codex 61, or Montfortianus, derives its name from one of its former professors, Montfort in Cambridge. It has 1 John 5:7, the Heavenly Witnesses. It's apparently written by 4 different hands. It's interesting, and is composed of 455 paper leaves, only one of which is glazed. A single glazed leaf is the one containing the verse mentioned. Okay, so someone must have realized it's getting so dirty they put a glaze on it. That's interesting. A witty Irish prelate quoted by Scrivener said of this coincidence, we often hear that the text of the 3 heavenly witnesses is a gloss, and anyone that will go into the college library may see as much for himself. Okay. I mean, so when Erasmus published his earliest editions of the New Testament, he did not insert the verse and was severely blamed for the omission. His defense was that it was not found in the manuscripts used by him, and he pledged himself to insert it in his revisions if any Greek copy could be found containing it. In his third edition, he printed the verse in 1552. No, that's definitely wrong. Should be in 1522. Yeah, so it's just a typo there. Saying that he found it in a Codex Britannicus discovered in England. The verse, as printed by Erasmus, is in exact verbal agreement with the text upon this glazed leaf of Montfortianus. Well, no, even the Wikipedia article says that they don't agree. And so, anyway, so this is written in, whenever, 1860s or 80s or whatever. And it is wholly agreed, excuse me, it is wholly agreed that the Codex Britannicus must have been the one now known by this name. So everyone agrees, everyone agrees that evolution is true, it's just a fact. The earliest owner of the manuscript, whose name we know is Froy, or Roy, if you ask Wallace, a Franciscan friar from whom it passed to Thomas Clement, and then it's got a bunch of other names. It will be noticed that the name of the third owner was William Chark, and when we come to speak of the next cursive, it will be found that he was also at one time the possessor of Codex number 69. In 61 in Revelation, it has been thought to have been copied from 69, when both were in Clark's hands. Certainly the margins of both copies bear many notes in his handwriting, and it would have been a strong temptation to have had the opportunity of completing 61 by adding the revelation from so good a source. As it stands, the text of this added scripture is found to be of higher critical value than any other part of the volume. By the way of appendix, I would like to point the reader to a work that collated this codex. In the introduction at page 61, the collator suggests that the portion of the manuscript includes the Johannine comma, is a copy of Codex Lincolnensis, and that the comma is an unauthorized interpolation of that copy. Okay, so what are they talking about? They're talking about this. So it has here, with a resemblance between them, the two documents so full and pervading, so curious and minute, we should expect to find the classical text of 1 John 5:7 in the parent manuscript. Notice that they're making out that this is a parent of the other one. And so oftentimes, people are comparing manuscripts. Like John William Burgon said, it's like looking at a graveyard with no gravestones. How can you tell they're related? It might look the same, but it's... and so, yeah, that type of thing was not often accurate. Sometimes it might be, sometimes it's not. I know Burgon said something like he knows of like 10 manuscripts that could be related. But oftentimes you see with the coherence-based genealogical method, it's all to do with which manuscripts are related to each other. And I've got no problem with that, people finding out which manuscripts are related. I think by testing inks and testing parchments and testing what the manuscripts are made of, and that would show you. That's like DNA testing. But just looking at letters side by side, people have certain writing methodologies that they use. Everyone has a different way of writing. So So we should expect to find the classical text of 1 John 5:7 in the parent manuscript, but it is wanting in the Lincoln College Codex. Therefore, its presence in the Montfort manuscript is an arbitrary and unauthorized interpolation. Okay, so it's like, well, we know that this manuscript came from this other one and it doesn't have the comma. So someone's just put it in there, and they put it in just for Erasmus. If the question be asked, with what motive was the passage taken from the Latin Vulgate, our reply is direct in words used by Mill when speaking of its supposed exclusion from the earlier copies. Minime quidem dolo malo. Sorry about the dropout there. My bandwidth has just woken up and gone, hey, we got too many things open. So I'm going to shut down a bunch of stuff. It's really weird. It's like it goes strong for ages, and then all of a sudden it just crashes, you know. Anyway, I'll shut some of this down. I don't need that video open there. Don't need that open there. Calvin said, this is what I don't understand. There were Roman emperors until the 5th century, the last being Romulus Augustulus in 479. So when did the popes come into existence and they rule side by side? Clarification, emperors of the West. Okay. Okay, so we're reading through this. So this passage was written before the Erasmian controversy began, and may be accounted for on the same principle as the many other variations from his original which mark this transcript. Its introduction was purely self-suggested, originating in no polemical purpose, and leaves our confidence in the good faith of the transcriber unshaken. Let a moderate share of Greek scholarship be combined with a high veneration for the Latin Vulgate and a desire to complete what is evidently a tentative text throughout, one designed for private edification, not for sale. So I've actually read through that before. So, yeah, so someone's just saying, hey, it comes from this other manuscript, which doesn't have it. You know, are they absolutely sure that it comes from there? So they're looking at the book of Acts here. Of these readings in Acts, we may be allowed to say that involving, as they do, the faults of grammar, orthography, and signification, they can only be traced to a servile transcription of Codex Lincolniensis. Lincolniensis, interesting name. And usually it's just someone called Lincoln who owned it, and so they have these fancy names on there. So anyway, that's where you would go to for that. So I'll throw that in the mix if anyone wants to check that out. So I just thought I'd just go there. That's what TurretinFan has on his site. Now, someone has written here, apparently Codex Montfortianus does not match Erasmus. It has been claimed that Britannicus and Montfortianus are not the same document. Okay, so I'll just shut that down. I might even shut that down as a background. And I don't think we need that open anymore either. Okay. So I've got a heap of things open here. Okay, so this is my article on Montfortianus. So I have it written out here, exactly how it would be in a modern script. Comparing it with Theodore Beza's text, it's very similar. So it doesn't have the articles, but that was an interesting thing when we were looking at our previous video on the comma. There were other things that didn't have the articles either, which was quite interesting. Well, we saw that sometimes the articles they're not always there. I think it was the Spirit, the Water, and the Blood. They didn't have articles either. But no one would say, oh, that's just a back translation from Latin or whatever. Okay, so we're going to read through what Adam Clark said about this. Now, I have to quickly go and boil the kettle, and I will just play some nice, lovely countdown, maybe some music as well. Where are we? Media assets. Okay, I've got the countdown clip right there, but we can play some background music. Here you go. That's fancy. Okay. Back soon. Okay, that was fancy. So Adam Clark said of Codex Montfortianus, Codex Montforti or Codex Dubliniensis, cited by Erasmus. So he's not saying that it's different. Okay. Well, initially, he's not saying that. Under the title of Codex Britannicus in Trinity College, Dublin. Okay, so let's see what he says about this. This may be said to be the only genuine manuscript which contains this text, as no advocate of the sacred doctrine contained in the disputed passage would wish to lay any stress whatsoever on such evidence as the two preceding ones afford. Michaelis roundly asserts, volume 4, page 417, in his introductory lectures that this manuscript was written after the year 1500. Okay, this I scruple not to affirm is a perfectly unguarded assertion, and what no man can prove. In 1790, I examined this manuscript myself, and though I thought it to be comparatively modern, yet I had no doubt that it existed before the invention of printing and was never written with an intention to deceive. So that's the two stories that they're saying. Okay, it's just like it's actually got Erasmus's notes there from Erasmus's text. Okay, so perhaps not. Those inks would have to be tested to see. But they look like they're from the same pen. So and the thing is, I'm just going where the chips fall here. If Codex Montfortianus is proven to be made for Erasmus, then it's like, okay, well, there you go. But my main contention is it's not Codex Britannicus. In a sense where, when I say made for Erasmus, what I'm saying is if it's proven to be after 1500 and someone's just made this, it's like, well, okay, that I'll go with that. But all the evidence seems to be completely against it. And so I guess that's why we're looking at things, new evidence that I didn't really know that much about, like when I was reading through Wikipedia and it talked about in Revelation, the marginal notes sort of match in with Erasmus. Well, I would have to examine every single one of them. And so that will be my next project, to go through that, probably not online today. But so he's saying that he believes it existed before the invention of printing. I think it did too, but I'll have to study more into it. And the whole concept that this whole manuscript was written just to have the comma included. I mean, who does that? who would sit down for 8 months, and write this whole thing out and just to include the comma? It's quite amazing. And so, apparently it was hot off the press by this scribe. So, Adam Clark's saying he thinks that that's silly too. He believes it existed before the age of printing. It was never written with the intention to deceive. And he says, I'm rather inclined to think it the work of an unknown, bold critic who formed a text from one or more manuscripts in conjunction with the Vulgate, and was by no means sparing of his own conjectural emendations, for it contains many various readings which exist in no other manuscript yet discovered. So basically he's saying, look, it's got Vulgate readings, because Adam Clark he's not a friend of the comma, but he's doubting this narrative. He's like, well, I think it's, and this is the thing, oftentimes you do get people who would be like Adam Clark's before, the critical text, really came about with Ruckman and everyone else, but he would have been around when the comma was getting questioned, and people like Eugenius Vulgaris were talking about the grammatical issues, and other people were writing a lot about the comma in this time. And so he's sort of weighed in and gone, well, I don't think the comma is genuine. But when you read his material on the comma, he doesn't think it's genuine. But he's still just questioning the mainstream narrative, going, do we really believe this about this manuscript? And he says here, but how far the writer has in any place faithfully copied the text of any ancient manuscript is more than can be determined. To give the reader a fair view on this subject, I here subjoin what I hope to be called a perfect facsimile of the 7th and 8th verses, as they exist in this manuscript, copied by the accurate hand of Reverend Dr. Barrett, the present learned librarian of Trinity College. So it's been in Trinity College for a long, long time. Okay. So I've got what James Snapp says. Basically, James Snapp is just saying that it is pretty much what we have said. Well, maybe I should quickly read through that. It won't take long. Erasmus's first 1516 and second 1519 editions of the Greek New Testament did not include the Comma Johanneum in the text of 1 John. The Comma Johanneum, which refers to the Father, Word, and Holy Spirit, are the three heavenly witnesses. So I'll just sort of skip through. No, I will read this because it will give you a good understanding of the situation that this has all happened in. And James Snapp is not a comma advocate, okay? So has become very popular in Europe due to its inclusion in medieval versions of the Vulgate. Some scholars, especially Edward Lee and Jacobus Stunica, protested against Erasmus's non-inclusion of the Comma Johanneum. The late Bruce Metzger wrote that in response, in an unguarded moment, Erasmus promised that he would insert the Comma Johanneum, as it is called, in future editions if a single Greek manuscript could be found that contained the passage. James White has similarly stated that Erasmus had promised, in his response to Lee, to include the passage should a Greek manuscript be found that contained it. That story has been circulated by many commentators. Even Samuel Tregelles spread the story back in the 1800s. However, researcher Henk de Jong, via a detailed direct study of the relevant compositions, has shown that Erasmus never made the promise described by Metzger, White, and many others. Instead, Erasmus, in a letter in May 1520, in the course of explaining why he had not included the Comma Johanneum, stated, "If a single manuscript had come into my hands which attested to what we read in the Vulgate, or read, as the comma, then I would certainly have used it to fill in what was missing in the other manuscripts I had." Erasmus also stated that Edward Lee did not have a valid reason to accuse Erasmus of negligence in this regard. De Jong provides Erasmus's retort. What sort of indolence is that? If I did not consult the manuscripts, which I could not manage to have, at least I collected as many as I could. Let Lee produce a Greek manuscript in which are written the words lacking in my edition, and let him prove that I had access to this manuscript, and then let him accuse me of indolence. So it's a really good point what Erasmus is making here, and this proves Erasmus wanted Greek evidence. That this completely disproves the whole concept that in Revelation he didn't care, he just went to the Latin and just was like, oh, I don't care. Did John even write this? I don't know. It's just the end of the Bible. Who cares? That's how James White makes it. And this comes from Jan Kranz. These guys they're just wrong. And anyone saying that Erasmus was just back translating from the Latin all over the place just has no idea what they're talking about. And this completely disproves this manuscript that they say is the one for Revelation. I mean, it differs amazingly from what Erasmus said. So then they go, well, he back translated from the Latin there too, and there, and there, and there. And it's just like, no, when are you going to get to the point where it's not the manuscript that he used? Now, I'm not saying he wouldn't have gone to variants. He traveled the world and went to libraries looking for manuscripts, looking for variants. Libraries don't just give you manuscripts. You don't just go to Venice and I've got 50 manuscripts now. Like you're a collector. He wasn't going to steal them like Tischendorf. He would just write down variants. So in this manuscript, I saw this and I saw that, and so there is that issue as well. So let's continue. Erasmus also stated that Edward Lee did not have a valid reason to accuse Erasmus of negligence in this regard. De Jong provides Erasmus's retort. What sort of indolence? Okay, I just read that, sorry. Shortly after his exchange between Edward Lee and Desiderius Erasmus, this exchange between Edward Lee and Desiderius Erasmus, the existence of Codex Montfortianus and the inclusion of the Common Johanneum in its text of 1 John were pointed out to Erasmus. So, he's claiming that it is Codex Montfortianus. I would say it's not. It's Codex Britannicus, different manuscript, but let's continue. Erasmus never made a promise to include the Common Johanneum in a future edition of the Greek New Testament if a Greek manuscript containing it could be found. He merely insisted that he could not validly be accused of omitting it in his first two editions due to negligence, because he had not found it in the manuscripts accessible to him. However, it's also clear that because of Erasmus's statement that he would have included the Common Johanneum if he had found it in a single manuscript. So Erasmus could easily anticipate in 1522 that if he were to omit the Common Johanneum in his third edition, after being informed of the existence of a Greek manuscript that contained the passage, he would certainly be accused of inconsistency, having already stated that if he had possessed a single Greek manuscript with the passage, he would have included it. Erasmus consequently included the Common Johanneum in subsequent editions with some adjustments to its text. It was also included in the editions of Stephanus and Beza in the later 1500s, and thus it was in the base text used by the translators of the Geneva Bible and the King James Version. So although Minuscule 61 is relatively unimportant as far as most other passages of the New Testament are concerned, if 1 John 5:7-8, in 1 John 5:7-8, its impact has been enormous. So, obviously I think that that's the wrong manuscript being talked about, but let's continue. So J. Rendell Harris in 1887 proposed that Codex Montfortianus was produced with the Common Johanneum by a Franciscan monk named William Roy, sometimes called Froy, because in theory, the abbreviation Fratus or brother was misinterpreted as part of his name. So it would have F. Roy, Friar Roy, or whatever, who was working at the time under the auspices of Henry Standish, a British bishop who opposed both Erasmus's Greek New Testament and the Protestant Reformation in general. Froy went on to leave the Franciscan order in the early 1520s. He became an assistant of William Tyndale for a while and was eventually martyred in Portugal in 1531. Roy was in the right place at the right time and possessed the necessary training and resources to produce the manuscript in which the text of Revelation appears to have been copied from Minuscule 69. Okay, so that we've heard that claim before. But it is interesting that it doesn't seem like he's saying the marginal notes in Revelation are directly from Erasmus. So he's saying comes from Minuscule 69. Richard Brinkley, in another subject, an erudite scholar, was provincial minister from 1518 to 1526, and he had taught at Cambridge from 1492 to 1518 when Minuscule 69 was kept there. He was at Cambridge when Erasmus lived there in 1511 to 1513, and Erasmus later sent greetings to Brinkley in a letter to Harry Bullock. Grantley MacDonald, in a recent book, that's the one we've been looking at, he is the atheist guy, has recently questioned the possibility that Brinkley made manuscript 61 on the grounds that the script that Brinkley used to write his name and title in other manuscripts does not match the script of manuscript 61. However, Brinkley may have been, like many people, capable of using one kind of script when writing his signature and another handwriting style for other purposes. Yet another suspect is Francis Freuk. So that they basically have no idea about who this guy is, So Grantley MacDonald proposes that Harris's identification of Froy as Fractus Roy does not fit the evidence as well as the identification of Freud with Francis Freuk, a Franciscan colleague of both Erasmus and John Clement, one of the owners of manuscript 69. Freuk, according to McDowell, visited Erasmus in August of 1517. Freuk had the requisite skill in Greek and access to 69 and interest in Erasmus's work. It may be that Codex Montfortianus was produced not by an enemy intent of embarrassing Erasmus, but by a friend who discerned that an opportunity existed to quietly provide a resource which would give Erasmus the means to deflect some of the accusations of heresy which several critics were making against him. So it goes with the whole concept of, you know, someone made this manuscript, which I just simply just do not believe at all. So, do we really need to read any more contras? You know, we've got the ETC blog. Maybe I should. It's only a small writing. So this is by Peter Gurry. More on Erasmus and Codex Montfortianus. Now, if there's more on it, there must have been an earlier document. So let's look at Montfortianus, see what they've got to say about that. So that's that one. Show all posts with Montfortianus. Oh. Are they showing Montfortianus? No, they're not. So why have that? GA61, maybe it'll show that. Actually, it said it was loading, so maybe I'm being too quick. But let's read through this one. And I'll just check the comments. Okay, where were we? Dwayne had to go and make some decaf. Calvin says, was there not a manuscript that included the comma in 1512 that you mentioned? That was the Complutensian Polyglot, 1514. So the Complutensian Polyglot is a printed edition. And so Get Gnome says, I highly doubt the Complutensian Polyglot was translated or back translated from the Latin. It contains articles, and Latin cannot produce a phrase as complex as K or T or tres and esse. That said, Jimenez used ancient Greek manuscripts for the Complutensian, and that's the thing. Like the Complutensian Polyglot has the Comma Johanneum in it. People don't know what manuscripts they use. They use manuscripts from the Vatican, use manuscripts from Spain, and so they were adamant that it was in there. When Erasmus was talking to Stonecker about it, he said it was in the Rhodes Codex. But he wanted that information right in front of him, you know, to get that type of information specifically just about one verse, especially if you've given the manuscripts back to the Vatican or something like that. It's like, well, it's a lot of running around and things like that. But regardless, they were pointing out which manuscripts it was in, and so. Okay. Let me just see what loaded up here. Oh, it was just comments. Okay, so let's see what is said here. So more on Erasmus and Montfortianus. Okay, so he posted about, so there's the link. I'm looking everywhere for it. putting to rest an old canard about Erasmus. We'll read through that. Among text critics, it is fairly well known that no Greek manuscript was ever produced to order for Erasmus that included the long form of 1 John 5:7. Okay, so Peter Gurry is saying among text critics, it is fairly well known that no Greek manuscript was ever produced to order for Erasmus that included the long form of 1 John 5:7. But given that the story is still found in the standard textbook, so they're saying that that's a lot of that text critics don't believe that anymore. That's interesting. Okay. But given the story is still found in the standard textbook and that it works as such a great illustration, it continues to be perpetuated among students of the New Testament. Here is the text of Metzger Ehrman on page 146. In an unguarded moment, Erasmus may have promised that he would insert the Comma Johanneum, as it is called, in future editions if a single Greek manuscript could be found and contained the passage. At length, such a copy was found or made to order, as it now appears. The Greek manuscript had probably been written in Oxford about 1520 by a Franciscan friar named Froy or Roy, who took the disputed words from the Latin Vulgate. Thankfully, Metzger and Ehrman do cite the work of Henk de Jong, who found no such promise from Erasmus, but did find a text that seems to have been misread as such. The story of the comma from the time of the printing press is now told in a remarkably detailed account. What they've got a link to there. Okay, so this is the work of Grantley MacDonald. Okay, so by one of de Jong's students. It's worth thinking about why this particular canard appeals to us so much. Why are we so easily taken by it? In any case, here is a letter from de Jong to Michael Maynard on the letter. So Michael Maynard, he wrote a book very similar to the one that Mike Ferrando has written. Dear Mr. Maynard, I have checked again Erasmus's words quoted by Erica Rummel and her comments on them in her book Erasmus's Annotations. This is what Erasmus writes in his Liber Tertius Quod Respondent to Edward Lee. Erasmus first records that Lee had reproached him with neglect of the manuscript of 1 John. Because Erasmus, according to Lee, had consulted only one manuscript, Erasmus replies that he had certainly not used only one manuscript, but many copies, first in England, then in Brabant, and finally in Basel. He cannot accept, therefore, Lee's reproach of negligence and impiety. So it says here in quotes, it is negligence and impiety if I did not consult manuscripts which were simply not within my reach. Is it negligence and impiety, if I did that? I have at least assembled whatever I could assemble. Let Lee produce a Greek manuscript which contains my edition, what my edition does not contain, and let him show that manuscript was within my reach. Only then can he reproach me with negligence in sacred matters, end quote. From this passage, so this is back to Henk de Jong talking to Michael Maynard, which is amazing that he's written such a nice letter and not called him a stupid, dumb Dean Berg on society loving King James only kook Ruckmanite or something like that, which is usually what we get nowadays. It seems like he was quite polite in 1995. This is around the time of the King James only controversy before James White poisoned the well. From this passage, you can see that Erasmus does not challenge Lee to promote a manuscript, etc. What Erasmus argues is that Lee may only reproach Erasmus with negligence of manuscripts if he demonstrates that Erasmus could have consulted any manuscript in which the Comma Johanneum figured. Erasmus does not at all ask for a manuscript containing the Comma Johanneum. He denies Lee the right to call him negligent and impious if the latter does not prove that Erasmus neglected a manuscript to which he had access. In short, Rummel's interpretation is simply wrong. Okay, so he's actually saying Erika Rummel interprets what's being said falsely. This is quite interesting because I know that I've sometimes put Jan Kranz's translation against Erika Rummel's and said, well, Jan Kranz is wrong. But here, Henk de Jong is saying, well, Rummel's wrong, which is, it's quite interesting because I know Rummel is a critical text advocate, so is Jan Kranz. These are the people who are doing these translations. I mean, even I'm putting more and more things into ChatGPT nowadays and just reading through what it says rather than the biased translation of, even when I was doing the Revelation 16:5 debate, I put the Latin of Beza in Revelation 1:4, where he talks mostly about that topic of the nomina sacra and things like that, sacred names, the I ams, all that. And I was going through TurretinFan's material. I was going through several other translations of it, but just looking at Google Translate and then going to ChatGPT, it gave me a really good understanding of that. So I think that's what we really need to do with a lot of this information, because what we're seeing is even Henk de Jong, critical text guy, he's saying, well, Rummel's wrong here. Okay, so in short, Rummel's interpretation is wrong. The passage she quotes has nothing to do with a challenge. She also cuts the quotation short. So she's doing a Gail Ripplinger here, but, she probably won't get treated like Gail Ripplinger, so that the real sense of the passage becomes unrecognizable. She's absolutely not justified in speaking of a challenge in this case, or in the case of any other passage on the subject. Yours sincerely, Henk de Jong. But the thing is, too, here's Henk de Jong. He's got Grantley MacDonald to write a book on the Comma Johanneum, and he's an atheist. It's like, why not get a Christian to do it? I mean, it's quite amazing. Like, why not even get a TR guy to do it? That would, like, a TR person would be very interested in that, but they want to, they have a barrier to push, and they know that if they approach Unitarians, Jehovah's Witnesses, Catholics, atheists, Muslim, they'll agree with them. But if they get TR people, they're going to get a different answer, so I guess that's the issue. Timothy Mitchell knew Maynard personally. Okay. And this is back in 2019. Peter Gurry, Mark Ward, a bunch of these other guys used to be on Facebook talking about all this stuff, chatting about this. And okay. Tregogles thinks Montfortianus was copied because of 1 John 5:7. But MacDonald thinks this conclusion is too confident, since we might expect more readings in its support of Lee's criticisms of Erasmus's edition. Copying an entire New Testament seems like me an inordinate undertaking if your goal was to merely produce a manuscript with 1 John 5:7. It does not seem like good evidence that Montfortianus was not copied just for Erasmus. Okay, but where did the comma come from, and why was it included in the text? So I won't go through that. It's just a comment. But they're saying it's an excellent point for Will. Okay. Anyway. Robert Truelove. I think the Erasmian wager, canard, is a good case study into how we 2, readily accept facts from authorities and propagate them without confirmation. It's like if enough people say it, it must be true. Popular teachers still cite the Erasmian wager, though it's long been debunked. When truth comes down to talking points, we often lose it. Okay. And Dan Wallace weighs in. I think the real moral of the story is you can never trust a scribe named Roy. I don't have my Metzger Ehrman with me right now out of the country, but if I recall, Metzger added a footnote in which he defended his statement, though he was less certain than in his first 3 lines. Is this in his 4th or something? I mean, it's in his 3rd edition. He changes that. In a footnote in the 4th edition, Metzger did add it should, however, be noted that Hank de Jong, I'm pretty sure he did that in his 3rd, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Anyway, Stephen Carlson, McDowell argues that the scribe is not Roy or Froy, but Freud. Okay. If there was no manuscript produced, how did the comma get there? Yeah, and this is the thing. Once you get rid of some of these issues, people are like, well, okay, so if that manuscript wasn't made to order, okay, so is it a witness to the comma? Oh, well, let's have a cup of coffee, you know. Okay. So I don't want to just read through all of these because sometimes, here we go. It cannot be shown from Erasmus's work that he suspected the Codex Britannicus of being written with a view to force him to include the comma. So it's all about the forcing issue. Okay, so Stephen Avery saying, fine discussion. The idea that it was a promise from Erasmus, find me a manuscript and I will insert this verse, was originally clearly stated by the heavy-drinking skeptic Richard Pawson. Okay. Letters to Archdeacon Travis. So there's the reference there. It is scarcely necessary to tell the reader that in the years 1516 and 1519, Erasmus published his first and second editions of the Greek Testament, both which omitted the 3 heavenly witnesses, that having promised to Lee to insert them into the text if they were found in a single Greek manuscript, he was soon informed of the existence of such a manuscript in England and consequently inserted 1 John 5:7 in his 3rd edition, 1522, that this manuscript, after a profound sleep of 2 centuries, has at last been found in the library of Trinity College, Dublin. So here we go. He's admitting that it went missing for 2 centuries, but then they found it in Trinity College, you know, and they're like, well, this manuscript, it matches, you know. And so I know even in my personal chats with Stephen Avery about this, he doesn't seem to think that Britannicus and Montfortianus are different, where I'm like, no, I certainly think they're different. So anyway, I'm going to go through some of his research as well. It has, we have the monthly review using the Promise language in 1797. All this would account for Horn, Tregeggles, Scrivener using the Promise language. Grantley and McDonald goes back earlier in this first use analysis. The language is softer. A comparison would be worthwhile. Overall, this issue is minor. Lots of posturing on all sides compared to evidences not available at the time. The Erasmus ups and downs back and forth on the heavenly witnesses. One example, the Cyprian usage of the verse in unity of the church was kept out of the discussions and only appeared later in the 1500s. The second was the Council of Carthage, 484, where the verse was affirmed in the statement of faith given by hundreds of Orthodox bishops contra the Arian contingent under Huneric. As far as I know, this was not available at the time of the Erasmian controversies. And so, yeah, Stephen Avery gives some interesting things. If my memory serves me correctly, Dr. Dobbin makes mention of Semler in his account of the aforementioned events. I was wondering if you knew anything more among these lines, especially considering Semler passed away in 1791. He mentions Semler mostly in the context of Montfortianus and the Complutensian polyglot. Okay, so they're going off into that arena. And I will actually save that page for a later study. And then we have this one. More on Erasmus and Codex Montfortianus. Last week I posted about the myth that Codex Montfortianus GA 61 was made to order in response to a challenge. And what I find too, sometimes these issues to do with these manuscripts, they are so multi-layered that once you get past this whole thing of this, promise of Erasmus with this manuscript, people focus in on that so much. And by the time you get to, is this Britannicus, your energy's all spent. And it's like, because this layer upon layer upon layer of deception. And so made to order in response to a challenge of Erasmus to include it, if even a single Greek manuscript could be found that had it. However, our excellent ETC commenters noted, I wonder who that was, that while it is true that Erasmus did not throw down such a gauntlet, it may be still true that Codex Montfortianus was made in response to the omission of the Communionium in its first two editions. Others, such as Tregegels, have indeed thought so. In response, I quoted the opinion of Grantley MacDonald, whose recent book on the comma is extremely well executed. See my review here. So this is Grantley MacDonald. Given the incomplete evidence, it is impossible to know why the scribe of Montfortianus altered his Greek text in so many places to conform to the Latin Vulgate. So, one side we got, it's agreeing with Erasmus, but then now it's agreeing with the Vulgate. At several points throughout the manuscript, the scribe added variant readings from Erasmus's 1516 New Testament in the margins. Okay, so that's the claim. So that's on page 32 and 33. So, but that's in a different book. And maybe I did make a mistake and went to Raising the Ghost of Arius instead of the book on his later work. So anyway, let's continue through. At several points throughout the manuscript, the scribe added variant readings from Erasmus's 1516 New Testament in the margins. These variant readings are written in a slightly different ink and with different pens from that used from the body of text. Well, someone was saying it was the same ink. So anyway, which may suggest that they were added later, perhaps days, perhaps years. It is clear that the scribe had access to Erasmus's 1516 edition before relinquishing possession of the manuscript. It is less certain whether he copied it in direct reaction to Erasmus's work. So there's no other option. It's he's copied it from Erasmus. Whether he did that on purpose to put the comma in or didn't, it's either way. This has got Erasmus's readings in it, sort of thing. But couldn't Erasmus have gotten those readings from that? That if you think that Montfortianus is the manuscript that Erasmus used, couldn't he have used those marginal readings? but they agree with Erasmus, so they turned it on its head and said, well, they must be from Erasmus put into the text. But anyway, I'm open to anything. I'm just throwing things out as I go. He goes on to cite Tregegel's opinion, but McDowell thinks Tregegel's is too confident, since we might expect more readings in it that support Lee's criticisms of Erasmus's edition if it really was made to order. Yesterday, however, I realized that in the thesis version of McDowell's work, he seems a little more confident than in the published version that was made for Erasmus. Here is what he says there at the beginning of the detailed section on Montfortianus. It is not included in the published book. Okay, so that's where it's different. He's in his dissertation, he talks about Montfortianus. It's made for printing, but then this is his next book, Biblical Criticism in Early Modern Europe, Erasmus, Johannine Comment, and the Trinitarian Debate. So that's the book that he wrote. So I actually should really get that book. It would be a good addition to have. I don't know, maybe you can get it in ebook form somewhere, but I always go to Raising the Ghost of Arius. And sometimes I forget that he did write this other document, but he does change things. And Stephen Avery went through it with a fine-tooth comb and pointed out lots of errors and mistakes, and specifically, like we're saying, the woman caught in adultery story. I think he claims it was in a manuscript, which it wasn't, or no, it wasn't in the manuscript when it clearly was, and it was like, that's really bad scholarship. It was really bad. But I think the thing is, like, Grantley MacDonald, he's a musician. He's a smart guy. He knows Latin. And when you read through his stuff, it's like, okay, he's not a dummy, but is he an expert on textual issues? Because all of a sudden you got this guy just weighing in on these textual issues that are just, everyone's going, this is the definitive book written about it. That's what we're saying from now on. So if he kept this, that would be definitive. But if he had the other one in his latest edition, that's the definitive story. So it's like, so even this is being pointed out by Peter Gurry. Further evidence. So this is in the earlier edition, Raising the Ghost of Arius. Further evidence allows us to date the manuscript quite fairly to the 16th century. An examination of the textual variants in Codex Montfortianus has revealed that it was copied largely from manuscripts written in the second half of the 15th century, most of which were only gathered in one place after 1502. These data provide a terminus post quem for the copying of Montfortianus. It seems that Montfortianus also contains readings taken from Erasmus's 1516 New Testament. The notion that Montfortianus was copied specifically to strong-arm Erasmus into including the comma, a suspicion hitherto based on nothing more than circumstantial evidence, thus becomes more plausible. In the published version, he's less confident, but still open to the suggestion, writing in a section not in his thesis, until the manuscript can be dated more precisely than the current estimate, 1500 to 1520. It is difficult to know for certain whether the scribe intended to influence Erasmus's editorial choices, but that a recent Greek manuscript containing the comma, one of only two in the world, should have appeared in the homeland of Erasmus's critic Lee, and should have been presented to Erasmus at the moment when it might make a difference, can certainly be described as a remarkable coincidence. And so, I mean, just because a manuscript appeared in England doesn't, and the critic is there of Erasmus not having the comma there, that doesn't mean that it's a remarkable thing. England's a big place. They had lots of manuscripts there. Erasmus knew these people. So this is back to, I'm pretty sure this is Peter Gurry saying this, isn't it? Yeah, it's Peter Gurry. So for my take, it still seems like a bit much to copy an entire New Testament manuscript just to influence Erasmus on one verse. But I certainly can't say that this couldn't have been the motivation. We may never know. But I thought I should give a bit more of McDonald's own view, given his expertise. As a final note, any aspiring PhDs out there should note not only the quality of the content of McDonald's thesis, but also its typography and formatting, something to aspire to. And there's really no, it's loading comments, but they're not loaded yet. Okay, so where are we with this one? That's that original one. So I'll shut those pages down. So I think you can see that Peter Gurry is not sold on it, but he's like, I don't know, could be dated to this and that. Other people they're tracing it back to, well, this rush to print thing and promise of a rash wager and all these anecdotes about Erasmus. Well, this all comes into play here, and so even though it's been discredited, we can still imagine someone going, well, let's just write a whole manuscript to put this one verse in. So it's just become like this story that even these critical text guys are shaking their head going, that sounds a bit weird. They're writing a whole manuscript to put this verse in. Like, let's just show it to Erasmus, and Erasmus is, who's an expert in manuscripts. I mean, it's like if you're going around looking for, a certain type of Ming vase, and you're an expert in that, and you can tell by the cracks in it and by the paintwork how old it is and everything. Erasmus was looking at manuscripts all the time like this, and so he could tell, oh, that's fresh ink, okay, that's old ink, oh, this is an old manuscript, this is a new manuscript. He could tell this type of thing by sight. Legendary. But then he's given a manuscript that's just hot off the press, and he doesn't know that it's old or young, and he's just loses all ability to discern that this has just been written like a day before and handed to him, and he's like, okay, I got to put it in. It's amazing. Okay, so let's check out some of these comments. Okay. So everyone's having a bit of a chat there, which is cool. Okay. Helg says, type the following into ChatGPT. Why did Erasmus include the Johannine comma in 1 John 5:7 and look at the summary at the end? Well, it actually gives a different answer to it because it's trained to respond to me because it knows I'm a TR guy and it knows who I am, and it'll respond differently. It won't give the same answer every time. It's a bit like some of these pastors out there who just give different answers to different people. Okay, so the biblical criticism in early modern Europe, Erasmus, the Johannine comma, and the Trinitarian debate costs only $138 for a hard copy. What a deal. Yeah. $130 on Kindle. Wow. Well, I guess, see, the thing is for someone to do that amount of research, they have to be funded for like at least 6 months full time, which is a huge investment. And how many people are going to buy that? And so I can understand, like, for them to actually just make their money back, you'd have to charge a lot of money. But okay, so now we're looking at Stephen Avery's forum. So I might shut some of these down. I'll shut my one down. That one we read. Okay, so why did Erasmus include the heavenly witnesses in his third edition? Now, I'm going to skip over some of these things, but okay, Maurice Robinson, perhaps a larger question is why Erasmus indeed did include the comma once Codex Britannicus became known to him, particularly in view of his expressed suspicions regarding the recent nature of that manuscript. I think Stephen Avery says, and I agree, that is an excellent larger question. Please allow me to conjecture. Number one, Lee and Stunica had given Erasmus a hard time. So if you don't know what the Valladolid conference was, it was in 1527. They held this conference in Spain. Basically, it was a witch trial to try and say that Erasmus was not Trinitarian because of this issue. So Lee and Stunica had given Erasmus a hard time. Valladolid was 5 years in the future. It is understandable if Erasmus wanted to avoid continuing controversy on a delicate and debatable textual issue, and Erasmus did at times include text based on Latin evidence. So I would say, yes, he did things based upon the multiplicity of Latin evidence, but not because solely on Latin evidence. He always had Greek evidence. The Comma Johanneum is that proves that he goes to the Greek. He's there waiting for Greek evidence, you know. So that's an example that Stephen Avery says. Plus, he knew there were dozens of Latin writers who had used and discussed this verse. Thus, there was much ecclesiastical acceptance beyond simply Vulgate manuscripts. And yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it's not just, oh, well, it's in the Vulgate. You've got so many people already. It's like saying, well, it's in the English. Like, we have it there in the King James, you know, sort of thing. It's like people are accepting that. The Vulgate had it. Everyone was saying it's legitimate. They're writing about it. They're commenting on it. They're preaching about that. So it's everywhere, you know. There was much ecclesiastical acceptance beyond simply the Vulgate manuscript. And there is a special note of the Lateran Council publishing the verse in Greek and Latin, followed by Joseph Bryannius publishing the two full verses in Greek in his commentary, missing 3 agree and 1 in verse 8. And so I've talked about Bryannius. I've done videos on him, pretty much exactly the same as how Scrivener has it in his TR today, but he was like 150 years before Erasmus. Erasmus did use the verse in the English paraphrase 1521 and in his 1518 Ratio Su Methodus Compendio, okay, and a bunch of other Latin words. Erasmus was having a problem being consistent. But I would say the English, the paraphrase and this 1518 were not deemed as solid as his 1522 edition. Erasmus had a very hard time trying to find an explanation for Jerome's Vulgate prologue. And I think everyone has a hard time trying to explain that away, because Jerome's saying that unfaithful scribes are omitting this verse, which is that's gold. I mean, what? Case closed, you know, which is far, far more important than any late Greek manuscripts. And because it quotes the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit, it quotes exactly what we're talking about. Saying unfaithful scribes are taking these words out. What do you do with that? You just have to demonize Jerome. You have to say, oh, well, he didn't write the prologue. Oh, well, Codex Fuldensis is like, 2 centuries later. No, it's so close to the time of Jerome. It's like 150 years after Jerome. And it's like, you can't just dismiss that. It's early evidence. It's not 500 years later. It's just after. You know what I mean? And we also looked at the Lacava Bible last time, and we were examining that, where it has these marginal notes saying, let Arius read this at 1 John 5:7. And that issue shows that when it's saying, let Arius read this, it's saying it in the way that people would say, would talk of someone who's alive, which is quite interesting. If those marginal notes were written while Arius was alive, that brings it way back, and it would be a very early attestation of Jerome's Vulgate prologue, in his Vulgate of 1 John, which is far, far more important than any Greek manuscripts. In 2 letters and the Annotationis, Erasmus was de facto assuming Jerome, who was normally written of warmly by Erasmus, of forging the verse. In 2 letters and the annotations, Erasmus was de facto accusing Jerome, who was normally written warmly, of forging the verse. I'm not sure about that. So when is this written? This is written in 2020. I'm just not sure about that. But anyway, I'm reading Stephen Avery's comments here. Nobody questioned that the author was Jerome. Okay. That came, or maybe Erasmus was examining the verse, going, well, is this fake? Not accusing it of being fake. Nobody questioned that the author was Jerome. It came in the late 1600s. However, Erasmus omitted the prologue from his Jerome work, very possibly to lessen its impact in the verse discussion, and John Fell later took this to task. Okay. Or maybe he just didn't want the prologue in there. Number 4, Erasmus had managed to avoid Cyprian in his discussions and Annotationis. In fact, Thomas Smith, 1638 to 1710, were aware of the Erasmus-Cyprian editions starting in 1521, and concluded that Erasmus had been craftily concealing the passage in Unity of the Church, which is the single most important ante-Nicene reference to the heavenly witnesses. In fact, it is possible that Erasmus learned of the reference between the 2nd and 3rd editions. As for the significance, recommended is Luther in France, August Otto Piper, died in 1931, in Christian Dogmatics. Number 5, Erasmus knew the short text had a solecism problem, and even tried to offer his own quirky solutions. That is, tor cubit grammaticos. See the annotations. Note, I have not seen this come up in his correspondence. Perhaps here Erasmus placed it in the annotations to be ahead of the curve and to show off his Greek savvy. I don't think Erasmus needed to do that. He was probably the best scholar in Greek in the world at the time. Notice the incredible 484 AD Council of Carthage evidence involving the Bible text of hundreds of Orthodox and Arians under Huneric was apparently not available until the 1541 publication by Jean Quintin, 5 years after the passing of Erasmus. Okay, I would say, I don't know. It's interesting to think about that. I would question that, and maybe later on, because Stephen Avery is very good at putting all this information there, having all the dates, and then going through year by year, going, actually, let's question this, let's examine this, and oftentimes you come to the end and you're like, wow, that was a good journey. So in my honest opinion, all these all these issues 2 to 5 are far more important than the theorized promise back and forth. Although his words are words there also put him in an awkward position, which is part of 1. So correction, the first Erasmus edition was February 1520, with a dedication written in 1519. I had 1521 on the post, and I've always said 1521 too. That's interesting. Erasmus did mark in the margin the John 10:30 reference of Cyprian. Okay, that's interesting. It is quite possible that Erasmus only saw the Cyprian reference after his 1516 edition, and it was an unspoken contributor to his including the heavenly witnesses in the 3rd edition. Okay. Within the context of the patristic influence on Erasmus, the North African Father Cyprian, the Bishop of Carthage, had received no sustained treatment. At the end of July 1519, 3 years after Froben published his edition of Jerome, Erasmus addressed to Cardinal Lorenzo Pucci the prefatory dedication of his edition of the complete works of Cyprian. Froben's Froben's press in Basel produced this edition in February 1520. Froben would reissue Erasmus's edition of Cyprian's opera in 1521, 25, and 30. Given Erasmus's well-known admiration for Jerome, the preface to Cyprian's works contain a remarkable sentence. Erasmus admitted to his readers, "For myself, I cannot deny that among Orthodox writers, I used to give first place to Jerome. But when I looked more closely into Cyprian, whom previously I had read at random and without attention, doubting at once assailed me, which I should prefer. So true is it that each with his own special virtues makes an overwhelming impression." In style of speaking, Erasmus claims Cyprian tar outstrips Jerome, being elsewhere more serious and less artificial. It's a pretty complicated concept there. So, okay, so here is the Erasmus edition of 1520 that shows the Cyprian reference directly, the key evidence. Okay, so he knew of this evidence. On Erasmus leaving out the 301 reference despite good manuscript support. Okay, so he's going on to quite a lot of other issues. We want to look mostly at Montfortianus. So we're dabbling into sort of everything here. Okay, so there's the Cyprian quote. I really appreciate that he's got this up like that. Then there's the Fulgentius. That's that edition. Okay. Let's keep going down. Okay, I'll catch up with comments. Yikes, a witch trial. Yeah, Erasmus was on a Validod, I think it is. The conference there was all about him. Okay. All right. Where are we going with this now? Britannicus. Yeah, so they're claiming it was copied from this linking codex, but it doesn't match up. So therefore, they've inserted these bits. It's, you know, I don't know. I'm just so sus on everything these guys say. But anyway, I'm going to shut that down. I've got my website here. I'm not sure if I need to go there. I am making a new page on Codex Britannicus. I don't have much there at all at the moment, or the British Codex. Okay, so I have written that out. That's interesting. The full text in Grantley and McDowell's dissertation has, this is what Erasmus said, however, lest I should keep anything hidden, there has been found in England one single manuscript in which occurs what is lacking in the commonly accepted text. It is written as follows, and so he's got that there. And so the thing is, too, someone like Erasmus would automatically go, okay, that not only is the reading, because he would know of these other readings, and know of Greek. I'm not saying Greek biblical manuscripts, but Greek commentaries and things like that have this. But he's like, where is it in the Greek biblical manuscripts? Where is it? And so then he's seen it, and he would know this actually fixes that solecism there. Straight away, he would see that. He's an expert in Greek. So he says, etc., though I'm not sure if it's by accident that the phrase, and these three are unto one, which is found in our Greek manuscripts, is not repeated at this point, that is in verse 8. I therefore restored from this British Codex what was said to be lacking in our editions, lest anyone should have any handle to blame me unjustly. Okay, so he's saying he used the British Codex. Now, my point is that it is separate from Montfortianus. Okay, and I've read through a little bit of Montfortianus and what Adam Clark has to say, and also James Snapp. So let's compare what he's written here. Now I'm going to open up a fresh page to do a bit of a study on. So remember, this is just me just doing a study. That's all I'm doing. I haven't got any preconceived notions about anything yet. Okay, so that's what he has written there. So let's go to Codex Montfortianus and grab what's written there. Whoops. And I'm glad that I have this all written out. Okay, let's go here. Now, it did seem like it didn't copy over the, maybe I should do it in Word. I'll check out Word. Okay, all these pages open up all of a sudden. Close that, don't save. Okay, let's open a page, new blank document. That's better. We'll go to view. We'll go to 200. Or page width, that's good. Okay, so Montfortianus. Yes, I'm not sure. That should grab everything with that. It's not grabbing the lines above the nomina sacra. That's fine. We're just mostly dealing with the words. Okay, so I'll just make sure that I remember that one is Montfortianus. And this one is Britannicus. So here we go. So this is exactly what appears in Montfortianus as I've gone through and checked it out. So here we have, very similar, but notice it has Maturiont, and here it has, this is Erasmus's writing, so I might write Erasmus, Codex, Britannicus is that one, Montfortianus is that one. So we can tell there's a little bit of difference there. Maturiont, I think that might be some sort of code or ligature for the S at the end of that. N to Aranu, notice it's in nomina sacra form, but you would expect Erasmus to expand the nomina sacra in his annotations. So maybe I should write annotations here. Oops. Just so people know exactly where that's written. So it's written in his annotations on 1 John 5:7. Okay, so it has pater, so you'd expect pater would be expanded, logos, and then it has kai, and then it has pneuma, agion. Why didn't Erasmus write that? It would be very important for him to write that in his annotations, wouldn't it? This is why I don't think Codex Montfortianus is Codex Britannicus. And I'm not the only one who's pointed this out. Let's have a look. What else has changed? Tres and SC. So, when it's got the double dots above the I there, the movable nu. Okay, that's fine. K tres sin. Look, the oi. Maturiont, and you think it would be Maturiontes like this other one. It's the article is just not there, is it? That's another change. So you'd think Erasmus showing people where he got this reading from, he would have it correct. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have Montfortianus, Britannicus, and then I'm going to get Erasmus's edition as well. He's 1522, and we're going to look at that. So I'm just going through, just studying this. Okay, pneuma, that's nomina sacra form. Uda, okay, ama. Now, it doesn't have any more after that in the Montfortianus. So I might even go to the manuscript. I'm not sure if I shut it down. I might have. I've got 5,000 things open. Okay, now that's cool. I can have that open. Adam Clark. Don't think I need Adam Clark open. Well, actually, that's pretty much exactly what I want open. Now we want to, because what we're looking at is Montfortianus. If I can, grab Codex Montfortianus. So this is the picture. So I would love to have it in text form, and for me, usually what I do is I go to Wikipedia, to the Greek alphabet, and all these letters usually appear there somewhere. Okay, so we've gotten up to the Uda is there, K, Ama, And then what else do we see? So it's sort of, we have these extra words here in the annotations of Erasmus. And so it talks about the witness of man. You're talking about the witness of the anthropon. And here it has a 10 Materian te anthropon. Okay, and it's in a nomina sacra there. So that's the same. Okay. But we do see these two changes, and I'll just point them out in the actual manuscript here, which is the Spirit. I mean, that's a huge thing. As if you're going to say Holy Spirit, this manuscript doesn't have that. And so the Father, the Word, and Spirit, but it doesn't say Holy Spirit. So Codex Britannicus, if anyone is looking for this Codex Britannicus, they've got to have something that has Father, Word, and Spirit without having Holy Spirit there. Okay. Okay, let's look at Montfortianus. What does it have? It has Pater, Father, Word, Logos, and Spirit, Agion, Holy. So it's missing Agion, as if you're going to keep, as if Erasmus is going to keep that out. Okay. So I think I've proven my point that Montfortianus, it does not match the Codex Britannicus as mentioned in the annotations of Erasmus. But let's also look at Erasmus's edition. He's 1522. Let's grab that. Okay, 7 million pages open again. That one there. No, not that one. Not that one. Save that for later. Okay, here we go. So we are going down. And maybe I've got a nice little picture of it. Hopefully it comes up here. Okay, Greek. So Erasmus in 1522 has this. Let's check this out. I'll paste it just into something neutral before I put it in there with all its coding and everything. So this is Erasmus's 1522 edition. Okay, so which one does it match up to? So we have Codex Britannicus here. Now, so this is very interesting. We have him speaking about he got it from this British Codex, okay? And I'll get open a new tab. Here we go. 1522. Pater Logos Kai Pneuma Agion. So it definitely has that spirit there, which Codex Britannicus does not have, which is very interesting. So his own annotations don't have the Agion there. Okay. So we've got to understand that Montfortianus, 200 years after Erasmus, it was claimed to be the manuscript in Dublin. So they've looked at it and gone, oh, matches up. There we go. Instead of saying, well, it could be another witness for the comma, or they've gone, this is the one Erasmus. And I guess the thing is, if they've got a bit of a dearth of verses with the comma, anything that looks like it's the comma, that's what Erasmus used, you know. So that's what I think happened, and they've just been able to create these stories around it. So after a while, these stories have just become folklore, and you know, don't want to let the facts get in the way of a good story. But We'll examine this a little bit more. So I'll just look at the differences between, we'll just focus on Britannicus and Erasmus. So I'll put that back there. So you've got the same, pater logos kai pneuma agion. Okay, so it does seem to follow Montfortianus there with the same thing. K with die. Okay, so it does have the, no, that's in a different spot. And that's where K, trying to match it up, K of day. Y3 and SC. Y3 and SC. Okay, so K, Tres, Metriontes. Where was it? Yeah, it was the definite article here before Metriontes. So what does he have here? Okay, Tres Essin Metriontes. Okay, Tres Essin Ho Metriontes. And so he has, it's a oi maturiont. Okay, so the reading that Erasmus has in his annotations differs from Montfortianus in these places. Okay, where it it doesn't have in his annotations, he doesn't have Holy Spirit. He just has Spirit. Okay. And he also, the definite article here is not in the text. So when we look at Erasmus's 1522, what does he have there? Well, it does match up with Codex Montfortianus in his 1522. But in his 15, so you got to understand this is 1522 as well. These two are the same book. They're in the same book. That's just later on he's explaining. And he's saying, well, I found a manuscript with these words, and that's what I've put in. But it does differ. But then we have this manuscript with these words, which are the same. But we could also grab pretty much anything, like say from I'll grab something else and show you. John 5, 7. And we are going to, we'll go to Bryannius because I'm familiar with that one. So Bryannius, in his work, I'll open that in a new tab. So this is what he has. Hopato hologos kaitu pneuma to agion. So it's different. And I guess the thing is too, Erasmus doesn't have definite articles here. And notice there's no definite articles before the spirit, the water, and the blood either, which is interesting in his Codex Britannicus. And here it just says spirit, water, and blood. There's no definite articles there either. So that's quite interesting because that's usually used as a big thing. So this is in Bryannius's work that appeared like in about 1400. So this is like 150 years before Erasmus. It has, so this is a later printed edition. I do have access to the original writings of this online, but to go like it took me ages to find this. I went through like 200 pages of documents to find just this. And I was like, man, to go through the handwriting, it's like full on. So we see Hopata, Hologos, Kaitu, Pneuma to Agion. So we see spirit, the truth, spirit, the holy, okay, or the holy and the Holy Spirit, Father, the Word, and Holy Spirit. So what about Erasmus's other editions? Well, let's have a quick look at that. So we see in the next edition he put in the definite articles, okay, which is interesting. And let's open up his next edition. Hopata, Hologos, Kai to Pneuma Agion. Now, I haven't got the picture that goes further down to show whether he's got the definite articles on the others. But so in his first edition, he doesn't have the definite article. His second edition, first edition with the comma, I mean. So his third edition, he doesn't have the articles. In his fourth edition, he does. Fifth edition, he does. And it continues on from there to be pretty much in all the TR editions. But I think you can see why I would say that Erasmus, because by then he knows the Complutensian polyglot reading. Okay, so Complutensian polyglot reading is here. Maybe I can grab that and put it against Erasmus. So we're looking at something that was 8 years before he inserted the comma. Now I will paste it in there and regather it. Here we go. So the Complutensian polyglot, you notice it has a definite article, so that could be where he's gotten that. It has Hopata and Hologos, so it has an extra K there, which is interesting. And to Agion, Pneuma. And so okay, so I better write Complutensian there or else I'll get confused. $15.14. And so it's like Erasmus's edition is very, very similar, except for the definite articles. And you can see with Codex Britannicus, there's no definite articles there. So he's got Complutensian has K Hologos, where this just has Logos. I'm just looking at his latter editions. It just has Hologos. So he drops that whole concept of the K there from the Complutensian polyglot. K to Agion Pneuma. He has K Pneuma Agion. And okay, interesting. So he's gotten information from the Complutensian guys about that verse. He's gotten information from Codex Britannicus. Now, obviously, the Latin is all around him. The Montfortianus seems to be the same as his text here, but not the same as his annotations. So when we look at Grantley MacDonald's reasoning about this, even though I disagree with Grantley here, I think he would, I don't think he's come to this conclusion just because of some weird thing. I think he's actually thought that this has really happened, where I'll go to the annotations. Okay, these three are one. Okay, so that's the annotations there. So he has a translation of the Latin annotations of Erasmus in the back of this book. And here, okay, so the information, so I'll show you what he's got here. This is what I read before. However, lest I should keep anything hidden, there has been found in England one single Greek manuscript which occurs what is lacking in the commonly accepted text. It is written as follows. And sometimes the way things are worded can be strange, But what we can do, like, I'm not saying that Grantley has done this because he knows Latin, but I just know that sometimes Jan Kranz does this. I just don't trust the scholars. That's pretty much what I'm saying. So let's go to ChatGPT, and I'll type that in. I don't need it. Introduction. There we go. Wrong one. Translate this. Okay, nevertheless, so that I may conceal nothing, there has been found in English a single Greek codex where, what does he write here? I sort of felt there was a couple of weasel words. I found in England one single Greek manuscript. No, that's fine. In which is contained what is lacking in the common versions or common editions. For it is written in this way, and then it's got the Greek there. So that's exactly what I've copied there. So that's exactly how it appears in the annotations of Erasmus. Although I'm not sure if it's by accident that the phrase "and these three are unto one," which is found in our Greek manuscripts, is not repeated at this point in verse 8. So he's saying Codex Britannicus is not matching some of these other verses. I therefore restored from this British Codex what was said to be lacking in our editions, lest anyone should have any handle to blame me unjustly. So I'll read the ChatGPT one. It says, although I do not know whether it happened by chance that in this place the phrase found in our Greek copies is not repeated, and these three are one, from this British Codex, therefore we have restored what was said to be lacking in ours, so that no one may have grounds for slander. Okay, so then he has this footnote. So this is his understanding of what's happened here. Okay, so this information on the reading of the British Codex was first given in Erasmus's Apologia ad Antonianus Stonicae. Okay, where Erasmus, or the compositor, like, notice he's starting to say, because he has this idea that Codex Montfortianus is most definitely the one that was used. And this puts into my mind another theory. Okay, and I haven't thought of this before until now. Maybe Montfortianus is just a copy of Erasmus's manuscript. That's why it matches. Where I was giving the benefit of the doubt and saying, well, it's an older witness to 1 John 5, so a different witness than Codex Britannicus. But maybe someone later on has actually copied Erasmus's document. And we do find that happening in places, because people are like, okay, well, the annotations are clearly from Erasmus. Okay, so let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So maybe this manuscript was written, and then people are like, well, this is the one Erasmus used because it matches, but it's actually reverse engineered. Anyway, that's just another thing to think about. Another conspiracy theory. You know what I mean? It's like, but it's anyway. So I'm just reading through this. Where Erasmus or the compositor, in his haste, made 4 errors concerning the reading. Okay, so he points out 4 differences here. The reading in Montfortianus is as follows. So he's pointing out where these differences are, just like I did, but he's sort of saying that it's because they're in a rush, you know. And yeah, anyway, the reading in Montfortianus is as follows. The points where Erasmus makes an error in the Apologia and Annotationis are underlined. So he has Agion and Esse. I didn't see that the Esse was different. Now I'm going to have to get my Word doc back up there. Okay. Essen. He's underlined the whole word though. Petrus Essen. So I wouldn't say like the movable nu is not really an issue. Okay, and then it's got the issue of the definite article, the oi materiantes, and so I pointed that out. And then the K there, erroneously added here in the Apologia, but removed from the annotations. Okay, so okay, let's check that out. Okay, there. I'm sure why it's not showing them highlighted. So he's saying there's another document with this reading. But he's saying every single case of what Erasmus has done has just been typos, okay? But then he's saying there's another document where you have this K there when it's not in the other document. So that would be an interesting one to look at, because you wouldn't make the same mistake twice. If you had it in your annotations and then you had it in another book, it would be interesting to match those up. Now, I can understand something like a conjunction maybe dropping out or something like that, but the other issues should be identical. Okay, so we'll just keep reading through here. In the Apologia, so annotations Apologia add annotations Stanicae. I'll see if I can find that online. Okay. Yes, Stephen Avery's forum came up. I'll just look for that. Okay, so he's got it 7 times. Okay, so that's exactly what I'm reading at the moment. But we sort of want to look for source documents for this document, Apologia ad Annotationis Stonicae. Okay, so I might actually have this on my hard drive. I'll try and find it. Apologia. Okay, James White on Apologia. No, don't want to get him involved. Okay, so that's of interest. Let's just keep reading through this while we're searching for that. So it says Erasmus's removal of the erroneously inserted K in the annotations indicates that he realized that the reading he had given in the Apologia was faulty. This evidently prompted him to check the manuscript and insert the reading from the comma directly into the text of the New Testament. For the reading there reproduces perfectly that given in Montfortianus. However, he apparently forgot to make the appropriate correction in the Annotationis. Despite what has been asserted since Li Long, this statement is true. In his 1522 edition, Erasmus splices the comma as it appears in Montfortianus up to the word pneuma in verse 8 into the reading he had given in his 1516 and 1519 editions on the expression answer calumniande, and he's got a lot of Latin there. So, but you can see, like, I can understand where Grantley MacDonald is coming from. If you have Montfortianus as that's the text that Erasmus used. Excuse me. But as I was saying, there could be other options. What if it is a copy of Erasmus's text, but it's a copy of his 1522 text or later? Well, it wouldn't be later or also have a definite articles. So that would mean that would be getting into the area where it is an actual forgery designed to make it look like Erasmus didn't have a text. So I guess it's just a matter of studying Montfortianus more, looking at the marginal notes or revelation, checking those things out. And also getting this Stonica, Apologia to Stonica, which I might, oops. I do have a lot of Erasmus books. PDFs here. Maybe I'll just type in Erasmus. Okay. And I'll open that search in a new tab and search for Stunica. So I guess apart from that, because I'll be searching for them for forever and a day, I might shut this down. So where are we? StreamYard. All right, we've still got 13 people hanging around. Bible Highlighter says, so it appears modern scholarship has falsely claimed the Montfortianus is Codex Britannicus. Modern scholarship hides its deception once again. Okay. But it's been very interesting, and I guess what I would usually do at this point of a study is I would grab all that information and start putting it into my website, which I think I've still got open. Oh, yeah, I've got so many things open. So I would throw them into, the 1 John 5:7 page. And actually, I did create a comma list of articles, but I don't have Britannicus there. Maybe Montfortianus will lead to that. Oh, no. Okay, British Codex. I'll try. Anyway, I am so Bible Highlighter said turning the website into PDFs. I had a guy, oh man, I've forgotten his name, but he actually printed my website, and he was asking permission, written permission, and I said, look, I get stuff from everywhere. I'll be going through Grantley McDonald stuff and I'll paste it and say, well, he says this in his book, and I'll reference it. And so, you sort of have to go through and weigh up whether you're allowed to do that, And he sent me a draft of his book, and some of it was just copy and pasted, and it even had click here in book format. He sent me a PDF, and I was trying to explain to him, like, if you're just copying and pasting, like my website, I'm doing that, and I've got lots of spelling errors and things, and sometimes it has see this other article here. You can't do that in a book, and so But then he also printed a bunch of Burgon stuff. And so it's actually good stuff. Like when I listened through it, I was like, okay, that's good. But I was just wondering how much of it was actually, his name's Cody Parrott. If you look on Facebook. And so he sort of like says that I'm King James only. But he's a TR guy. And I'm like, whatever, you know. But we used to chat quite a lot. It was back in the day, I think before he had these ideas that I'm a King James onlyist or whatever. And he sort of decided, you know, I would be commenting on things and he would come along and say, you're a King James onlyist, just all the time. It was like, okay. So anyway. Stunica. I may have found, I'll open that. So this is just on my hard drive. Stunica on 1 John 5:7. That's interesting. Erasmus. Okay. I think this is it. Because notice here it has hoti tres esin homoturiontes to pneuma. It doesn't have the holy there. This is it. I'm actually going to open up my article and just put it here. It's quite amazing. Like sometimes I'll be studying something and just get to near the end of it. So what we're showing here, this is supposed to be the same as the British Codex, okay? So we have the Oti and the Tres, the Esin, the Omaturiontes, and then we have we don't have in heaven. Okay, so maybe this is not that one. But it just has to pneuma. Okay. So it doesn't have the comma there at all. Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, he's speaking about Erasmus's edition, I think. Yeah, so he's just talking about the spirit and the Uda and the Ama, and the water and the blood. Okay. Stonica. So yeah. Anyway, that's interesting. Annotations here of Stunica. Just crack this open. Let's see what I've got here. Okay, so this is it's like James, introduction to James. Oops. No, I don't need that open. Thessalonians, Timothy, Hebrews, looks like Revelation. No, that's Hebrews. It stops at Hebrews. That's interesting. And then we've got the next one, which is the same document. Okay. But maybe Revelation is earlier in some of these editions, but I don't think so. Anyway, I think I've exhausted all my energy. I will definitely look at this annotation, and I'll look up those other things. Bible Highlighter says, I think it would be nice so that websites would last forever. PDFs are the way to go. Yeah. And I think too, like Will Kinney, when his site went down a few years back, that he had the Google Webs one, and they just deleted it. And that happened with the Yahoo Groups. The Yahoo Groups thing, there was so much study and information in that. It just went. And like I know Stephen Avery, he has his forum thing just to put that information there. And he sort of said to me, like, if he passes away, he's got some guy who can pay that and all the rest of it. But I'm sort of like, well, how can you trust that? So even, I don't know, is the Scion of Zion still up there? Scion of Zion KJV comparisons. It's still up there. So this is Matto. I can't remember his last name. So that is his last name. Sorry, I can't. Yeah, sorry. I did know it, and we're on good talking terms. He was part of the Dean Burgon Society, and I really enjoy this site, just the way it's just set out, quite simply. But Ken Matto, sorry, and so Ken. Someone must be paying for this site just to be up there. But you can see, like, even when the KJV Today website got co-opted, or basically he was saying that his credit card lapsed. So when it went to pay it, it just made it unavailable to him. And he didn't know. And someone just quickly nabbed it from Armenia or something. And they constantly put stupid ads on there and still have some of the content. Sometimes they're editing the content, and it's just crazy. So he has kjvtoday.net, but he also has a Google one as well. So so anyway, that's a bit of an issue. And like even with mine, I've thought if mine goes down, there's lots of information there that just goes with it. And I know people enjoy that. And I paid over $500 a month to have that website up because it's so big, without because I can't get someone to actually look after that site because it takes up so much space on a server. It's not just like, you pay $10 a month, and all this. It's like, it's huge, the amount of downloads and stuff that happen there. And that's why sometimes I go there and it's like resources limit has been reached, because it's like, unless you're paying $700 or whatever, it's just a huge site. But that site's basically sort of part of my brain, where it's sometimes I'm doing a study like this and I'll just put information on the website, and 5 years later I'm doing another study into it. I'm like, that's right, I've done all this earlier. And so rather than it just going up in smoke in time, and so I actually, when Will, in 2011, I think it was, I copied all of Will's articles into my website. And that was before he had a lot of Calvinistic articles, because obviously I'm not a Calvinist. And so, but it was, I copied everything over, and he allowed me to do that. The KJV Today website, I was allowed to do that as well from that. But it would be great to have like one place where all this stuff is. And I guess that's what I've envisioned for that website, to be like a Wikipedia, that, someone puts up a bit of a skeleton of something and other people put up information. Because I put up all information. I put up what James White says, what Dan Wallace says, and what Will Kinney says. And then anyone, Brantley McDonald, Robert Truelove, Jeff Riddle. I throw everything up there so people can just make up their own decision. And usually when they see what's being said, they're like, yeah, the Textus Receptus position is good. And it's good to know the other side too, because sometimes if you don't know the other side, you think they've got some sort of special magical rabbit foot or something. It's like, oh, well, they've got this secret knowledge. And it's when you look at it, it's like, no, that's not secret. That's actually weird. That doesn't make sense. And it, just even knowing that can dispel everything, because you can be listening to the TR position and going, oh, okay, and you're not really sure about a certain verse or something. Then you listen to the other side, and it's so bad. You're like, oh, actually, no, you guys have got a way better position, But if you don't know the other side, you don't know that how bad it is at times and how silly some of the argumentation is. Okay, Bible Highlights said, meaning websites will not outlive us, but a PDF series of our websites will outlast if they exist in places like archive, etc. Yes, I like to think our work should last 100 years plus more. The work that Nick and Will Kinney is very invaluable to the church. The work that Nick and Will Kinney has done is very invaluable to the church. Nick and Will's work would be separate, of course, just seeking to preserve their work until Christ returns, if he does not return tomorrow or in the next few years. But currently I'm busy with other projects, though. Boulder's Line says, agreed, would love to have, I wish I could just have Nick's, and then it's got a square there, so I'm not sure what that is. Yeah, Stephen's forum should be turned into a PDF series too. Yes, Scion of Zion 2. Revolution, is there any place where I can discuss the Communion evidence with you? Yeah, I guess on Facebook, if you search on Facebook's good, or if you go to my email, ozclicks@gmail.com. And so, yeah, I would love it if you've done studies and things like that to send me anything you've got. Yes, Avery's forum is great. He does a lot of research. Do you have it backed up or something? That I usually back it up like sort of every few months. So sometimes I can spend a lot of time on there, and then I'm thinking to myself, man, it's not backed up properly. If it crashes, I'm going back. All that work's going to be in smoke. I'm glad the Lord led me to Nick. I prayed and fasted for a good teacher. Oh, that's great. That's good. You guys are getting some understanding on all these issues, and I wish I could read Latin. I'd just go through something like this. He's obviously talking about the Rhodes Codex, which is interesting. So I think that's about it. So I'm going to shut this down. Actually, I just don't want to leave, just shut it all down. I've searched for things. Okay, here we are. Apology against Zunika's conclusions. So that's by Erica Rommel. That's interesting. And yeah, I think that's about it. All right, guys, God bless you. Thanks for joining us, and we will see you again soon. Playing my outro.